Welcome to Pound4Pound ATL, arguably the best place to get facts and opinions on your Atlanta Falcons. And absolutely the best place to get your opinions in. The guys are here, the chat is ready, and the conversation starts now.
What's going on, football fans? We're here. We're live. We did it. It's draft night. Man, I cannot wait to really get kicked off into this. But before we do, I'm here with my guys this time around. Jimmy, what you got for me?
It's your boy Jimbo Dean, a.k.a. Jimbo Slice, a.k.a. Jimmy Obama. And you can call me any one of those you want. But please do not call me no New Orleans Saints fan. Terry F., Arthur Smith, the day is the day. Ain't no more running, ain't no more hiding. Let's see our future Falcons, baby. Rise up. Big Toby, how you doing?
Doc, we've been waiting on this moment for some months now, man, counting it down. And I can't believe that we are finally here at this very moment. All of us together this time around. And, man, it is a beautiful thing. I'm just so stoked right now. I cannot wait. We finally about to find out what the Falcons are going to do. If they're trading down, staying at 4, taking the quarterback, Kyle Pitts, all of that, you name it, tonight we are about to go down, baby. Let's do it, JR.
Big Mike, what's up, brother?
Man, listen, I'm fired up. I said it today. I couldn't use any word but fired up. Hey, we ain't got to talk about it. We ain't got to talk about who it might be, who it could be. Tonight it goes down. Pound for pound goes down. Falcons family, it goes down. We know who we would after tonight. A new guy, a guy that has never been in a Falcons jersey before, will now have on a Falcons jersey. And you know, man, we don't know. We don't know who we're going to go with. But I just know that we have time to talk about it, and it ain't nobody else I want to do it with. They are. Talk to these
I'm going to go ahead and
man.
call it. Up to this point, I know the last few days, every mock draft from every professional, every analyst everywhere has us taking, Kyle Pitts. But as far as the job that this front office has done, first time out, first time GM, first time head coach, they're the first time they're going through this process as the shot callers. They have done a masterful job of keeping it close to the chest, right? And keeping that their wherewithal, keeping their intentions well hidden. In every like it was a point you made before we even went live, Toby, talking about not having their press conference until the day before the draft. You had
Yep.
You had the rumors floating around with Julio Jones, and I'm pretty sure they would have liked to have been able to keep that one under wraps. But needless to say, they still even handled that pretty well. As far as saying, you know what, we're taking calls on everybody, so to speak. That's what we have to do. Absolutely alluding to the fact that, we know, or, they know that it's a rough cap situation. So, it is what it is as far as taking those, taking those calls. But, man, they have done a masterful job, in my opinion. They've also done a masterful job leading up to the draft. With every free agent signing that they've had, has really lent itself towards the aspect of not having to pick a particular player. For the first time, I can really confidently say, BPA is a realistic possibility. We always talked about it with Dimitrov, but you knew at least what position we were going to pick. You may not have necessarily had it nailed down to, TJ Watt or Tack McKinley. You know what I'm saying? But you knew that we needed a defensive end. You knew that we needed a cornerback because you cut Desmond Trufant before the draft. So you knew you had to have a cornerback. So was it C.J. Henderson or was it A.J. Terrell? We may not exactly known who, but we've always been able to pretty much know what position we're taking. And I'll straight up and down say right now, we don't even right now, 15 minutes before 10 minutes before this thing officially kicks off, there's still 3 or 4 solid scenarios that we could end up going with tonight that I wouldn't be mad at.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's the thing that, like, this has been a very divisive draft. We've talked about it every week. This has been a very divisive time. There's a large chunk of the fan base that is ready to move on from Matt Ryan. There's a large chunk of the fan base that feels like we need to be trying to trade back to fix the myriad of holes in the defense. There's a large chunk of the fan base that feels like you can't pass up on a generational talent such as Kyle Pitts. And I'm sitting back here going, ain't none of y'all wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that makes it real fun. Ain't nobody wrong in what you want and what you think we need to do, because there's a myriad of different ways to build a successful team.
Right.
You know, so it's interesting to see. We're finally going to get to see what Fontenot and Smith truly think of this roster. And tonight's going to be the first step in that. So
I'm just so stoked right now, man. I think that's gonna be my word of the night. Just stoked, man. I just can't believe we're here. And regardless of who it is, I want Kyle Pitts. Don't get me wrong. Y'all know this. I have not hid behind that at all. I've been out front. But whoever the Falcon is tonight, Doc, I'm embracing them with open arms, because I'm a Falcons fan through and through at the end of the day when it's all said and done. So whoever's coming in, Doc, I'm just so excited right now. I don't care if it's Trey Lance, Justin Fields. I don't care if it's Penei Sewell. I don't care if it's Kyle Pitts right now. I'm excited about who's going to be welcomed into the Falcon family, Doc. That's what I'm excited about.
That's the thing.
And the good thing about what you, Toby, is you got your stance and you stood on that hill and you gave the reason why and the stats and the facts behind why you were standing on that hill. To come out and just say you don't like somebody because you don't like somebody and don't have nothing to really prove it or put out your point or your agenda, just to say you just don't like them and you tired of them, I don't think that's a good reason to be, you know what I mean, in the situation that you're in as far as the Atlanta Falcons, if you were an Atlanta Falcons fan. So I got to give kudos to that, Toby and Mike. Y'all know y'all guy. Y'all standing on the hill for y'all guy, and that's who y'all want. Now, saying that what the Falcons going to do, we don't know. Like JR said, I mean, they did the press conference the day before, so we don't know. But out there in the Atlanta Falcon Nation, Pound4Pound ATL family, what I want to put out, if you want your guy, don't knock the other guy for what they want. We all got our opinions on why we want this team to win. But if you're going to stand on the hill, be like Toby and Mike and give the facts and stuff behind it on why you want that guy.
Yeah, no, that's it. That up. I mean, at the end of the day, like, we need to, I mean, as a fan base, as we've been saying, we need to try to respect each other. You know, I mean, it's hard to do, especially, name calling's real easy, and but that was one reason why way back in the day, me and Toby started all this stuff. Is because of the narrative around this team, the fact that nobody really wanted to talk positively about this team. It was always about, slamming the team or slamming the players or slamming the fan base. And me and Toby felt like, we wanted to bring some positivity to the whole situation, which is something we have tried to do. Even when people disagree with us, we welcome the disagreement. And we let y'all know right off the rip where we stand, and where we, where our bias lands. Because make no mistake, everybody has a bias. It's something I've been harping on for the last, few weeks. Everybody's got a bias, and we just going to try to be upfront and tell you what ours is, and that's the thing. So 10 minutes in, we got all night. So I want to go ahead and jump in chat. We got about 5 minutes before the festivities actually kick off. But we figure the chat is already hopping. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Rose Stockton, Bug, and your boy Deezy all said, "What's up? What's going on, folks?" Bubba Gump said, "What's up? What's going on, Bubba?" Brandon Tucker says,
"What's up, Bubba?"
Pitts, let's go, rise up. That's it. That is the popular choice right now. Oh, speaking of popular choice, we still got time to put in for your draft hat. Okay. All you have to do is email your pick before the pick happens. You need to email your choice of the pick and either my catchphrase or Jimmy's catchphrase. And that's to Pound4Pound pound4poundatl@gmail.com. All spelled out except for, I'm going to type it in the chat so y'all can see it. But all y'all have to do is email us with your pick, like who you think it's going to be, and my catchphrase or Jimmy's catchphrase. And we're going to give away a draft hat. We've already got about 20 some odd entries. So y'all have until the pick happens. Once the pick happens, shut down. So I put the email in chat. So y'all, fire that off if you want to get in for the running. All right.
20 inches. That's
not bad, right?
A little bit right
bad.
there, JR.
All right, let's keep going in this chat. Joe Houston says, "What's up? Let's get it." What's going on, Joe? My man, Kojak Nantucket says, "What's up, Dirty Bird Nation? Let's go." What's going on, Kojak? Glad you decided to join us tonight. Ghost Pepper's in here. Says, "What's up, Pound4Pound ATL? What's going on, Ghost?" Hey, talk about like the Matt Ryan detractor. We got King in here. What's going on, King? Glad you decided to join us tonight. He likes to come at us, which we appreciate. Always appreciate that. Sir.
And JR, just one thing. Because like I said, while we giving our pleasantries, man, before we knock out the draft, I gotta give y'all a couple of salutes, man, because when we look back, let's take a step back, man. Before we about to go, it's about to go down.
Oh, it is that.
After Kyle Pitts gets drafted.
Oh no!
I
Listen
don't
to
want to speak. No, like I said, to tell y'all a couple things, man. One, shout out to Jimbo Slice because, hey, you remember those Draft House? Remember Draft House 1.0? Who do we mock in Draft House 1.0? All right, now. All right, that's what started it, right? We brought Toby D on board. We started to tell Toby D a little bit about Kyle Pitts. We started to talk to JR a little bit more about Kyle Pitts. Things started to heat up a little bit more. We started to do the video. We mocked everybody. We mocked J.C. Horn. We talked about Patrick Surtain. We talked about Najee Harris. But I think kudos to y'all gentlemen for being on what we needed to be on early, because I think, like I said, I think that's what allows us to continue to stay a cut above. That's what makes this show so great to do with y'all. You know what I mean? So, like I said, regardless of who they draft, look at what our insight is. Whoever they draft tonight, we have done our due diligence on them. So we should be to go from there and say, hey, you know what we do. So, like I said, it's fun to see what it is. This is like, hey, look, this is literally my second Christmas. So don't refer. This ain't drafting. This draft night for y'all. It's Christmas. I had to get that out.
Now, yes, this has been a long and lengthy draft process, far more in depth than I think I've ever done, and y'all are the reason why. Y'all guys with me, and then also the folks who have decided to join our internet chats week in and week out, like Tasman saying, "Rise up." What's going on, Taz? We are just super glad that y'all have decided to join us, but because of y'all, we felt like we needed to, step up our game this year. Last year, I live streamed this thing and we just basically chatted for an hour. Well, now we're going to try to come with a little bit more information. We got a broader crew, which has allowed us to do that. And so we're just mainly we're going to try to have fun tonight. That's the main thing. Let's see. YMOF Jamal says, "What's up, Pound for Pound? Showing some love before the draft starts. Rise up. Whoever we pick it for, we got to ride with them, but it's about to be crazy." That is true. Every bit of that is true.
It is.
It's going to be an interesting draft nonetheless. And that's something that I've been looking forward to this whole time, right? King 7 says QB has more upside than a tight end. He has the ball 100% of the time. Kyle Pitts has to get the ball first to make some moves. Yes, King, I agree 100%. Quarterback is the most important position on the field. Period, point blank, hands down. I don't think anybody can or would argue with you on that one. But right now, I know for a lot of people who feel like we need to move on from Ryan or at least prepare for life without Ryan, I would just say at this junction, Ryan is still playing consistent ball and good ball. So I'm not sure why you would want to go ahead and walk away from him. But that's, my opinion. I'm definitely not going, we're not going to sit here and debate that all night for sure. But I get
Well,
No,
I
no.
get the thought process, the logic behind go ahead and drafting a quarterback to replace Ryan either next year or the year after. I get it. I really do. It's not what I want to do, as I've said many times, but I understand the logic. Jason Knowles tipped us $2 already. He says, P4P draft night is here.
Jason, what's up?
Time to rise up.
Yes.
That's right. And then,
Baby.
and
that's it.
What rise up?
BTW tipped us $20 and says, what's up, guys? I really hope we trade out of the 4th pick. Offense isn't the problem. We need help at every level on the defense. We need more picks this year and next. That I totally agree with. Like, I agree with that stance. Like, ideally for me, for J.R. Clark sitting here in this chair, ideally it is a trade back. It is a trade back and grab up more picks to then have flexibility to move around. You know, that's, and I think from all the reports that we've heard, they're willing to trade out, but they're not going to give it away for nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
You know,
right.
that's the reports that we have been hearing. You know, that somebody from ESPN, I can't remember her name. Imagine that. I can't remember her name. Anyway, she made a statement that every team in the league is called about that number 4 pick. And which I believe. So we're going to see like how serious they are about trading and how serious these people are about getting it.
Okay, so JR, I got to go ahead and just throw a wrench, first wrench. So here fundamentally is my problem, and this is a question that I'll throw to you guys, and let's just start the conversation now. Do we even want to trade back and try to get more picks when we barely have the cap space right now as it currently stands? Do we want more players? Do we want a slew? Trust me. I've seen the trade back scenarios. I know how many players it's possible that we can get. I've seen it. But do we really have the cap space? Do we really even want to go after these guys? Do we even want to trade away to some of these guys and potentially try to even get another starter in there? Because, hey, you put a starting cornerback on this defense, he's better than any corner that I've seen coming in the first round. True enough. I take certain like Horn. I like Asante Samuel. But let's start there, man. I got to ask you. So let's go ahead and dive in.
Okay, my thought there is, and I definitely want to get everybody's opinion on that, is when I say talking about trade back, I'm not necessarily talking about grabbing picks for this year. I'm also talking about grabbing picks for next year. Like, I want some first, seconds, and thirds next year. Because I also want to have the flexibility next year to move around and do what we think we need to do. You know, if next year's supposedly the defensive side of the ball is supposed to be like off the charts next year. So if that's the case, I would like the ammo to be able to go up and get the guy we think we got to have. You know, and same thing with this year. Like, you get me an extra first this year or an extra second or third, that gives me the draft capital to potentially come back up into the first and get some guy that has slipped all the way down. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that I want that flexibility is what I'm looking for. So that's my thought process as far as trading down goes. Jimmy, Toby, what y'all got on that?
Toby.
Listen, man. As I was looking through them DTs, I discovered this is the year of the 3-4 defense. There is players galore. If you're running a 3-4 multiple defense right now, you are excited. This is your Christmas, and Dean Pease is definitely excited tonight with whoever he gets in the fold to help this defense. Because I mean, you don't have a lot of strong, pure 3-tech, 2-tech defensive tackles in this draft. But you got plenty of nose tackles, cloggers in the middle against that run game and can allow your blitz to really do its thing up the A-gaps and stuff like that, which we like to do last year with Deion Jones and had a lot of success with him and Fourier going busting through that A-gap and getting them sacks. So I'm definitely excited about anybody who thinks that this is not a draft that Dean Pease is going to find him some workers tonight. I got news for you. I don't see that. I think this is a perfect night. And all the way through Saturdays, stopping at 7 o'clock, that we're going to have some pieces to be able to put with the veterans that we already have on this team to make this defense right.
I think so. As far as the what you have in this defense, or in this draft defensively, there may not be like a ton of guys who are necessarily like slam dunk home run hitter first rounders, but there is a lot of depth and there is a lot of players that can come in and be contributors day one. You got like a Ronnie Perkins out of Oklahoma coming off the edge. Some of the edge guys look real good, maybe not necessarily in the first round, but I mean, you got Russo who might drop to the second. Like I said, you got Perkins. There's a guy out of Houston, Peyton Turner. I mean, there's some guys in this draft on the defensive line, in the secondary, and that's why I would like myself to have the ammo to move around. Is my thought there. I think I cut you off, Jimmy, on answering the trade down question.
Well, yeah, and I'm in the same position as you, JR. I want future stuff. I want some stuff for the future, because it's a new regime. We got to think for the future. And then you're gonna say, well, Jimmy, why you don't want no quarterback then? Well, that ain't got nothing to do with this. Is a different situation. I do want future stuff, so in case we need it, we can do what we want to do with it in the future. Because we already know, Fontenot already said it, this cap situation is not going to happen overnight. So if we might be in the same situation with next year that we are in right now when it comes to cap and not being able to sign free agency. So I'm with you, JR. I want some future stuff. I want some stuff in the future where I can work around, I can maneuver around, I can do what I want to do. And then next year's draft, if we don't get a quarterback tonight, the next year draft, if I got enough capital, I can move up there and get my guy if I want it. Because as you can see, people are willing to move. The Dolphins, all them people, they willing to move. You just got to have that moolah, baby. That's all it is. So I'm with you on that.
So, before, let's see, where were we at? 8:08. They haven't actually officially got anything going on the draft yet. But Suicidal Beats, what's going on, Suicide? I'm glad you're in here tonight. Man, I'm glad to see everybody in here tonight. We got Wallace Smith, Mark Smart, all you guys.
Yes, sir.
Now,
it's a
that's
family
right.
better.
Archangel's up in here. Man, I'm glad everybody's up in here. This is great. Genuine music.
Look,
this is awesome.
Hey, they keep saying it in the chat because I'm looking at the chat. Like, hey, thank y'all, man. Hey, I got to, again, salute Toby D. That boy got some ideas on him, man. Like, hey, I got to give him credit for it. Y'all like the merch. We're getting a lot of comments about the merch, man. Hey, we appreciate it, man.
Now, speaking of that, for those who want it, definitely not. It has never been our MO to push a lot of stuff, but obviously, we have a merch store that you can go and buy shirts if you want to or whatever. But we also today just launched a Patreon. For those who know what that is, you can go to patreon.com. It's Patreon Pound4Pound ATL. 2 different tiers, $3 a month and a $5 a month. The $3 gets you a shout out and access to a group chat. And then the $5 gets you the shout out, the group chat, and access to exclusive videos like film breakdowns and stuff like that we're going to be doing in the future. So if that's something you're interested in, you can go over there and check that out. If it's not, again, no big deal. We're only trying to give y'all what y'all want. If you don't want it, don't worry about it. It's kind of how that goes, right?
Yeah, and Eric Thomas, that "Don't Call Me No New Orleans Saints Fan" shirt and all that good stuff.
Oh yeah,
we're working on it. Y'all
working,
just,
we're
y'all
working
just
on
stay
those
patient
designs.
and work with us now. We coming. We coming.
Yes, sir.
We're working on those designs. But like I said, all this is just trying to have fun and trying to have good sense of community. That's all we're trying to do here.
Hey, well, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Roger Goodell and the NFL is really trying to milk this thing tonight, guys.
Of course they are.
They are trying. This is the most milking I've ever seen out of a cow in
who
my
are we looking
life.
at right here? The Kings of Leon playing? I mean, who even cares about the Kings of Leon?
Come on now.
That's one of my favorite bands.
Look,
it's one of my.
I'll shut up then.
Hey, I feel you though, but God, we ain't went this long before we get into the draft, man. Come on now, stop milking this thing. They making this thing like a soap opera, man.
Oh
we
no,
ready to
they
go for
look.
the next season.
They trying to make up that revenue wherever they can. You know, they trying to make up that revenue from last year. They done signed new TV deals and they got to produce, right?
I know.
There you go. There you go.
Come on, man. Get that was on the clock. We already gonna take 45 minutes.
Come on with it.
First pick.
How about that? How about that report talking about? Now, granted, they come out and said it was false, but the league saying they wanted San Francisco to milk it as long as they could for like suspense purposes.
Yeah.
Hey, look, why are we talking about San Francisco as Goodell's now walking across the stage?
He's walking across there, baby.
Is San Francisco really gonna draft Mac Jones?
Look, man. At this point, I
ain't saying I care. 3 first rounders for Mac Jones?
They better not.
What?
Hey, whatever's inside his head, they really want it.
All I know is this Aaron Rodgers to San Francisco thing too. We could touch on that.
We got time on that because that's like I've been seeing on Twitter talking about the Broncos are packaging up a deal. For Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my goodness!
What?
Well,
did he actually do it?
You better not go to that little place or with that. It's a state that's shaped like a boot. I don't mention the state name. All is I really hope the coach of that state that I don't like that's shaped like a boot that I don't mention the name of. I really hope the coach don't put in no inquiries and do no funny stuff. I don't want him in this division. You understand me? Like I will do a show specifically about how I feel about that. And for those that if we're friends and you hear me talking some ways I shouldn't talk, it's because I really don't want to see Aaron Rodgers in that jersey from that state that I don't like to mention. So we got a lot to watch right now, man.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to watch, and I'm so excited to see what's going to unfold tonight, man. Because this whole draft really has been a mystery. You got a lot of guys who opted out from the 2020 season, so it's going to be interesting to see how far they fall, if they do fall, or if they stay somewhere center and where they were projected to go before they, opted out.
It's going to be an interesting draft all the way around. Let's see. Tom Snow said they traded up and could have taken him at 12, talking about Mac Jones. There's nothing Shanahan does that shocks me. Run the damn ball. I'll tell you this. If he drafts Mac Jones, this will forever cement that he is trying to be the star of that team. Like he ain't trying to have a player be the star of that team. Like Shanahan is trying to be the star of that team. And I will feel bad for 49ers fans if that ends up being the case. Not that I'm saying Mac Jones, who knows what kind of career he's going to have. But it's what you gave up to get him. That's the part that baffles me. By all projections, by everybody, he could have been had at 12. Hell, he could have been had at the top of the second round by all projections. And the meteoric rise is crazy to me.
Yeah.
I think they being sneaky. And Shanahan can be a spiteful person. And the way the thing ended after the Super Bowl with us, with him getting up out of here, leading up out of here, he had been counteracting us a lot. And jumping the 3 was kind of like, I kind of felt like, he was throwing punches at us. I kind of felt that from the 49 organization. And Lynch worked with him hand in hand. And if Shanahan is being spiteful like that, and we don't bring in Arthur Smith, who runs almost the exact same offense as him, but do it just a little bit better than you, baby, because he runs the ball more. And if you want to know more about that, you can just holler at Pound4Pound ATL. We can talk about that, Shanahan. But he is a little spiteful, though. And if he would take a Kyle Pitts rap before we do, I would be a very upset person. What's going on? What's going on?
What you got me, Mike?
So, Ghost Peppers, my boy Ghost Peppers. Your comment is stuck out to me. A lot of times I don't be in that live chat, but tonight I'm in that live chat. Ghost Peppers, this Mark Slayer just reported that a deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is as close to a done deal as it can get from Mark Slayer. Now, didn't come from me. I wouldn't pause and talk about it.
No, yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like that's what I've been watching on Twitter. I've been waiting to see if something actually breaks. But that would be insane. Like that would be.
It would.
They just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. and then turn around and trade for Aaron Rodgers. That would be nuts.
And they still have Drew Lock.
Oh, no. Drew Lock,
Yeah.
he'll be picking up paper out in the parking lot. They're going to give Drew Lock a broom, and he's just going to start sweeping. They'll hand him a groundkeeper's uniform. You know?
The blower.
Yeah, right, exactly. The blower. Exactly.
Hey, this draft going to be hot,
Dude,
baby.
this
is going to be
good.
Hey,
Mark Schler covered the Broncos out here on their radio station. He got the top one out here, so he might know. I don't know.
we're gonna find out tonight.
Dr. Jana says
right
there's
now.
10 minutes in between each pick. Good Lord. We're going to be here forever. I hope y'all
Yeah, it is.
y'all see
And-
this, right? Yeah.
Hey.
See that? Yeah.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're going to go. We're going to be here all night. I promise you.
Oh yeah.
I ain't shutting this thing down until because somebody proposed something, and I believe it was Dr. Jane 99 says if Fields falls to 31, would you trade up? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean if we took
If-
Pitts and then traded back up, if Fields fell all the way to 31, I'd do it. I'd do it in a heartbeat. Same thing with Lance. So. All right, we got 8 minutes.
Yeah, man. I can't wait till this go down, boy.
Well, hey, the Jags are on the clock.
They they on the clock.
Oh, Mike Dove, somebody said that they played Little League with you.
You know what? I remember him.
Witten.
I don't want to say what our record was. It wasn't necessarily the best. You know what?
Good.
I do play baseball and football together. I remember you.
Oh, shoot.
Look at my wife. I'm sorry. Then my wife here. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm gonna stay at the last second. Witten, good to see you. Appreciate you having me. But you know what? It's crazy, man. Like it's funny that we do this stuff and you just never know, like the people that. Because he was just like, wait, I just recognized
You
that
never
guy.
know.
You know what?
I ever tell y'all the story about walking around Kroger up here around my house? I had this lady following me.
No.
And I get up to the cash register and I start to pay, and she asked me, she goes, this is going to sound crazy, but do you talk about the Falcons on the internet?
Yeah, you
I said, yes, ma'am. So, yeah, you never know. Like, you never know.
Yeah, you never
And
know.
plus, me, I'm all
That's
over
cool.
the state. You know,
That is super cool.
yeah.
Good guy right there. Thank you, Witten. Thank you for
No,
tuning in,
that's
bro.
great. That's awesome. Let's see. Let's check some of the pick ain't in yet.
Man,
They gonna take forever.
they gonna drag
They are
this
gonna
thing
drag
all
this
the way
thing out,
down
ain't
to
they?
about 10 seconds,
6 minutes,
man.
whatever.
I told you, man. Roger Goodell told them jokers, man, we're gonna milk this thing tonight, boy. We're gonna keep the suspense going. Man, it's gonna take 6 hours before this draft is over with, man.
Well, hey, at least
man.
we got pick number 4. We should know within about 2 hours.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, we'll get to it in about an hour and a half. Minutes. They're going to take about 25 commercials before we get to the fourth pick.
I want to answer Micah Sanchez real quick about we need defense. Micah Sanchez, we do need defense. There's no question about it. But is defense going to happen tonight? Probably not. I want to go out and say 99.99% of the chance the player that the Atlanta Falcons take with that 4th pick is probably going to be an offensive player. And everybody on the panel probably could agree with me. Now, day 2, Micah Sanchez, please tune in. You're going to start seeing Dean Pease start to get his guys day 2. There's no question about it. So, to answer your question, we do need defense. And y'all watch the past videos. I have been talking about that defense, and I have been calling them trash. And like I said, I'm not down on my team because I'm a Falcon for life. But me and JR, we went through this thing last year, and that defense was one that we could not stop talking about. We do need help over there, but we're going to get it. You're just going to have to wait there. So,
I got something to add. To that. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, schemes is important. This is a modern NFL, and if your team is not caught up with what is being run in the NFL right now, you're going to still have major problems, which is one of the big reasons I think the Falcons struggled because we were running schemes behind the times. This is why you go out to somebody named Arthur Smith. This is why you go out to somebody named Terry Fontenot, because they know what the current NFL is. Now, if that means we're going to get a mobile QB at the 4th overall pick, that's probably another indication that they're trying to keep up with what is going on in the NFL right now. So you need them schemes in place. Then you got to know the players that fit the schemes that everybody else in the league is running, and we seem to be behind the times running. I'm just saying.
And Toby D, P. Lamb, boy, you threw the alley-oop just in time. Atlanta did get help for defense through free agency. Again, we had a lot of squeaky wheels. True enough, this defense still has squeaky wheels. But again, we took care of some of them at the safety position. I do think Javon Harmon, that's value. Fabian Moreau, that's value. Bullard, that's value.
Yes.
Guys that are going to come and take you to the Super Bowl, but you need good, functional football players who have played, started, and have the experience to teach these younger guys. Because, listen, as good as A.J. Terrell is, there's a veteran. I promise you, if we bring a veteran in, he can teach A.J. Terrell some things. What he can only get better. So I think that, I like the comment about, look, this defense needs help. I actually like the fact that they just expect us to be horrible this year. I do think that we will overachieve in spots because that's what we do. If you look at that stretch for probably 5 or 6 weeks where the Falcons defense was functional, if they're able to put that together on the front end with better coaching, with a Dean Pease, again, like you said, what we always say, guys, this comes down to coaching. Coaches putting these guys in position. Arthur Smith, Dean Pease, these are high-level strategic organizers that will continue to allow that narrative to see itself. So I look forward to that. I like that comment about defense. I'm not here to say that our defense is great, but it's not as bad as and I will argue with anybody about that.
And I agree with Toby. These guys are in with the time. They know, and they're going to make sure they take care of it. You can believe that.
Tony Wright, what's going on? Glad to see you in here tonight. I'm glad to have y'all going.
Man, can you tell them folks to hurry up, man? And y'all didn't know Trevor Lawrence.
I know. Look, man, I even got like a fancy graphic I'm going to put up as soon as they say the pick is in, but I got to wait, I got to wait till the...
Man, could you put up the Michael Jordan meme right quick or something, man? Because I'm crying right now, man. I'm like, come on.
JR holding that good stuff in the holster. I know what you're doing.
Look,
I like it. I'm waiting on it too.
At the end of the day, we're trying to be as as professional as we can be. That's one of the things that we've always, prided ourselves on. We are fans, just like everybody else.
Right.
But we try to be as professional in our work life, in our home life. We try to be the best that we can be, and same thing here, So, like I said, we come to this, this draft a little better prepared than we were last year, and I hope it shines through. I hope it shows up. David Breland says, "What's up, Pound for Pound? What's going on, David? Glad you are here.
What's up, David?
The pick is in.
What's up, David?
Finally.
Pick is in, y'all.
Should I just go ahead and put up the graphic? I mean, we know what it's going to be, right? I mean,
yeah, go ahead and put it on up, man. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I went ahead and did it. I didn't hit the button. All right, so obviously it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. 6'6", 220, threw for over 10,000 yards at Clemson, 90 touchdowns to 17 interceptions. That's nuts.
Oh, boy.
Rushed for almost 1,000 yards with 18 rushing touchdowns. Now, my big knock on Trevor Lawrence, if I'm Jacksonville, but I mean, you're nitpicking at this junction, right? Is the Joker has never lost a regular season game in high school, in college, nothing.
Nope.
So unless they go 17-0, which is highly unlikely, how is he going to respond to losing? You know what I'm saying? Like how is he going to respond to being on a bad team? Because you don't pick number one overall and not be a bad team. And he's going to get thrust into the Archangel says Jags take Mac Jones. That would be hilarious. Anyway.
That'd be funny.
You called me off guard with that, Archangel. I was like, what? Because I'm watching a delayed feed, what I'm saying, of the draft. So, oh, man, y'all had me messed up.
Man.
But, yeah.
And Roger Goodell is 2 miles per hour.
The question is, how does he respond to adversity? Because that was one of the things that I thought about as we were talking about the potential number 2 pick, which is Zach Wilson. Like, what makes him more desirable than a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance? And one of the only things that I could come up with was the fact that he has had to fight through some adversity. So that...
Yeah. In case y'all didn't know Trevor Lawrence.
What's that now?
In case y'all didn't know, it's Trevor
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Okay, I got you. Stu the Pepperhead done tipped us $20. Thank you, Stu. Oh, Lord.
Man, what's
Okay.
up, man?
Uh-oh, JR.
Portray.
Uh-oh,
Okay.
JR.
His comment says portraying perfunctory possible. Oh man, perpetuitous.
Uh-oh.
That's too many P's there,
Come
man.
on.
You gotta mix it up, Stu. All right, hold on. Propagation.
Portraying perfunctory,
Go
preposterous, propagation, painting preposterously, prestigious portrayals, pundits purportedly pronounced pick properly per professional prognosticators.
Oh,
rise
you
up.
saved me, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
That's why we got you on the show, man. That's why we got you on the show.
Thank you, Mike, for saving me.
Hey,
We cover all aspects, everything.
Hey, Stu, why you doing
It's
JR
teamwork,
like that?
because you know
Now,
I
come
can't
on.
pronounce nothing. I got the vocabulary
You
of
know
a
I
third
can't,
grader.
I can't do it either.
Y'all know
Stu,
that's
man.
my weak point. But
Oh, Stu, man.
All right, y'all. So are we still sticking with assuming that
it's
Zach
gotta be.
Wilson is locked in at the number 2 spot
I mean,
for the
look,
Jets?
if I'm the Jets and I'm running, like I have Mike LaFleur there as my OC, who's going to be running the exact same thing as Shanahan. Like, unless
Yeah.
you just going to tip your hat and thank Shanahan for getting you these jobs,
Yeah.
which I don't know if they do that in the professional world like that, but I'd
Yeah.
be taking Fields or Lance.
Yeah.
I mean, both of them are bigger-bodied quarterbacks. They're going to be able to handle running it better than Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson's already had surgeries. And as far as I can tell, statistically, he's only had like one stellar year. So, Zach Wilson don't make no sense to me. I will say that. Like, I don't see where he's a bad quarterback. I just don't see where I would take him over a Fields or a Lance myself.
I see the Jets kind of like in a same position that we was in with Dan Quinn. You got a defensive-minded head coach, but you got to take a quarterback first. He's gonna go defense the rest of his picks, and that's probably what he want to do.
Right.
Because what he's gonna do with a Zach Wilson, and I agree with you, JR. This guy in the NFC, what that
West?
is, the NFC
East,
North,
East up there
West,
with the Jets.
NFC East with the Jets. I mean, maybe he could succeed in
That's
there.
AFC,
Sam
not
Darnold
NFC.
was
AFC.
bigger.
Yeah, AFC.
AFC, yeah. Sam Darnold was bigger. Sam Darnold was faster. If you ask me, he could throw the same thing that you could throw. You seen the tweet that Reddit put out after they did the Zach Wilson Pro Day. So I mean, you got a defensive-minded head coach. So you really gonna have to do whatever you can do with that OC and Zach Wilson. And I mean, I don't. If I'm like you, Jay, I would have took. I'll take.
I mean, I would take
Fields
Fields over Zach Wilson all day long. Like the only thing that I can see that Zach Wilson has like a leg up on is that, the fact that he hasn't won every game he's played in. He has 2 overtime victories against University of Tennessee and against USC back to back in their stadiums.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like if you're looking for like moxie, which is whatever, right? Then maybe it's Zach Wilson. Maybe it's the fact that they feel like he's going to be able to handle New York and the like harshness of that. But that's such a stretch to me.
Yeah, that's like
grasping at straws right there for me.
Look, I'm JR, I hate to take. I'm gonna just go ahead and call it, but I'm gonna call it on Zach Wilson. I'm like honestly. I need a quarterback that can beat Coastal Carolina on my team. I know that doesn't mean much to most people, but Coastal Carolina was probably one of the best teams in college football. And I think they hit Zach Wilson harder than any other team that I watched. I watched a lot of film on Zach Wilson. I get the moxie. I get the leadership.
Oh, yeah.
I get the arm talent. I get his decision-making. But fundamentally, what I don't like about Zach Wilson is that I do think that he plays to the level of his competition. In the NFL, you just don't get that. You don't get that luxury. You can't play down to somebody. You always got to play up to your competition, especially with you're always going to be playing up to your competition. So how do you rise against those teams? Because, that's another thing. It gets cold up there, man, and they are very unforgiving in New York. So, I should it work out, I wish him well. I do think that Trey Lance, I do think that Justin Fields, I would say by a mile, are much better prospects, but that's just me personally. Mac Jones.
Pick is in.
I mean, I think, you hear a lot about the Aaron Rodgers comparisons. And, your friend down the road, they got Aaron Rodgers maybe for a time because all the stuff that's going on surrounding that right now. Right. But, he has run some similar things from a scheme standpoint that Kyle Shanahan runs in his offenses too. So that makes a huge difference. Whereas you don't have that same thing with Justin Fields. Now, Trey Lance, you do. Because Trey Lance would fit either ours or Kyle Shanahan. But I me personally, I think they needed a starting quarterback right away. They felt like Zach Wilson would be the guy moving forward. And so we'll see how it works out. I mean, that place over there since after Joe Namath has been the QB killer. Besides the Cleveland Browns, who now seems to be on the rise with the QB situation with Baker Mayfield over there.
Let's see.
What's going on?
Waiting on the pick to come through that we assume is going to be Zach Wilson.
Something going on.
All right. I think it is going to be.
I know.
Look at Roger Goodell, just slow rolling. Roger, you don't get your behind.
Somebody gonna have to give him a segue. We need to give him a segue.
So we can officially start the draft.
They booing him too. I hope so.
He loves.
No, I don't.
He loves to be booed. He welcomes it now. He's been booed so many years. He's like, come on.
I'm gonna say it's Zach Wilson. I'm just gonna go ahead and pull it. Yeah. All right, so Zach Wilson, 6'3", 210, threw for 7,652 yards, 56 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, almost 650 yards rushing with 15 rushing touchdowns. So he's had 2 real good years, and as far as like stats goes, but again, like he plays on BYU, so how much are you really putting? Like on the level of competition, which always gets brought up, right? Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I'm maybe I was Zach Wilson, but I'm really starting to get to the point that at this point he is a New York Jet, so I really don't care.
No doubt. Look, hey, he's their problem now, and
hey, right, he's their problem, right?
Exactly.
But I'm really because to be honest with you, I'm not even gonna spend too much time on Zach Wilson because. Every time we talk about this guy, I'm starting to get the feels that like we're getting real close to this number.
Oh yeah,
4
we're
pick.
2 away now.
And
wait, first we got to get the number 3 out of the way because this is where the draft gonna start.
This is where it starts. That's all
about down to Mac Jones and Trey Lance. Now let's see if it's really down to Trey Lance.
GTA or GAT says, LOL. His wife is livid. The Jets took Wilson. She wanted Fields. Look, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. This is one of those. This is the draft, right? That we're gonna look back in 4 or 5 years and say, man, that draft was chock full of quarterbacks that went on to do good. Or can you believe 5 quarterbacks went in the first round and only one of them turned out to be worth anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Hey, Ice Cream Man, listen, I like the Ice Cream Man. I'm checking out the Ice Cream Man in chat. Ice Cream Man know what's going on, man. He's like, yep, Zach Wilson, great, New York Jets. It's almost like, I'm sorry, with some of these prospects, I will say this. Some of these prospects deserve the team that they're going to. I can't say that they deserve the team when it comes to a team, but some of these players, perfect. Hey, you enjoy New York. Like I said, this is his day. This is one of the biggest days of his life. But tomorrow when he wakes up, he is going to realize when he gets to New York, just what it means to be a New York Jets quarterback. So for whatever it's worth, I wish you well. But again, like my boy Ice Cream Man said in the chat, man, the draft is really
starting to get heated up.
Oh, it's about to get heated now. It's about to get heated. Because either San Francisco fans going to be excited or they're going to be ready to leave. One of the two is going to happen.
Oh, man. Oh, I'm getting
especially
get ready to go
anxious
down
as all get out now with this pick.
And I really hope Shanahan don't try to pull no stuff on us, because I really still believe he's salty, man. And I think he's coming at the Atlanta Falcons organization, and I still believe that.
Man, listen, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, it is.
Take who we gonna take. They jumped in front of
They
us
jumped
for
in front of us
somebody.
for a reason. That much is for sure.
Yeah,
That's what I'm on right now. I feel like he's up to something. And if you got a problem with a team that you was an OC for that lost the Super Bowl with, and you'll do all this and put your whole team in jeopardy just to make us look bad, that don't say a lot about you right there.
What was it? Last year or the year before when they jumped us for Javon Kinlaw?
There you go. You see, It happened last year too. So I'm really feeling like this guy's got it out for us. And for what?
No clue.
I have no idea. I really don't get it, man. You decided not to run the ball in the Super Bowl. That's you.
Jimbo, he ain't gonna do nothing. But my former boss always used to say something: when people don't do stuff they supposed to do, he just let them hang themselves.
I mean, that's all we can do at this junction.
All he's gonna do is eventually, the more if he is having that type of mindset, he's out to do the Falcons in for whatever reason. I'm just gonna let him hang himself.
We really gonna see the chat.
Mike Jones
Chat's already talking about like he's gonna take Fields to spite us, or he's gonna take Lance to spite us. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna see.
Take Kyle can't spite me unless he take Kyle's Pitts. I'm only spited by Kyle Pitts. I'm telling you. Look, y'all want to know? This is not a prognostication show. This is how we feel today. Today I feel Kyle Pitts. I woke up this morning. Listen, I'm not going to talk about how I feel if we go another direction other than Kyle Pitts. But right now I'm so locked in. I've already envisioned Kyle Pitts catching the ball over the middle for 15 yards. So until I see that happen and I hear his name, y'all just want to know. If y'all want to know what Mike Dub at tonight, that's what Mike Dub at tonight.
and then we went out there to San Francisco, and then we beat him with Julio Jones on the goal line. He really, really feeling some type of way, but he really need to get out his feelings, and he need to worry about the Seattle Seahawks and the Rams and the San Diego Chargers with Herbert over there. That's who he need to be worried about. You ain't in the NFC South no more, brother.
No, you need to quit worrying about us over here.
Don't worry about us.
We're going to find out who they taking tonight. Big Mike, just brace yourself, because it ain't the impossible. Kyle Pitts is the name called, but I think it's going to be a quarterback, and I'm going Trey Lance. I've been sticking with this the whole time, and I'm sticking with it now up until otherwise.
Ice cream man's over here talking about his heart's pounding so fast.
Hey. Hey, Toby D, you just got me fired up now, because listen, you slightly Andre Cisco'd me just then. Morning, we talked at night. You texted me the other day and said Kyle Pitts, right? Now, Trey, at the last second, Toby D, let me ask you something now. You're listen, you do your research. You're very well prepared, man. I got to know. Trey Lance at the last second. Now, we're in the war room right now. What you think about Trey Lance?
I want Kyle Pitts, but I can understand if you take someone with a higher ceiling in my mind than the other quarterbacks. This is a quarterback that you dream of. You can mold him, shape him into the type of player that you see fit in the NFL. And Mike Nolan said this a long time ago, you love those players with high ceilings because you can shape those guys into the guy that you see. You know what I'm saying? And they will soak it all up and eat it all up. But if Trey Lance is not picked, which is we about to find out right now, Falcons going to be faced with a tough decision between Trey Lance.
I'm about to say there's a real possibility that it's that they're staring at those three choices, and if that's the case, boy, it's tough. Stu done tipped us $5 again. He said, "We know for tomorrow's where it gets interesting." Tomorrow's gonna be very, and I hope y'all join us tomorrow. I really do. I hope we're gonna be streaming again live. Yep, we're gonna be streaming again live and tomorrow, and it's gonna be very interesting to see how tomorrow goes.
This time 6:45, right?
Yeah, we'll be live at 6:45. 15 minutes before the show kicks off, and the chat seems to think that they picked Trey Lance, and that's what it's looking like. So I'm gonna go ahead and put Lance's picture up there.
Okay. So they just got interested.
Okay.
If that
Yes. Okay. Chris was with me. Like he said, why jump for Mac Jones? Exactly.
Because I told y'all.
No, you're right.
And I'm gonna put that tweet out again because I told y'all, remember that tweet?
Yep.
I had no proof on it, but I felt like the 49ers jumped the Falcons because they got wind that the Falcons, during their conversations of trading up with the Falcons, was going to take Trey Lance if he was there. And now that's why I think the pick is going to be Kyle Pitts at number 4 because of it.
And
told
so
y'all
Trey Lance stands 6'4", 226, passed for 2789, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, rushed for almost 1,200 yards with another 16 rushing touchdowns.
I told y'all.
That is way smarter. That is way. Look, man. This whole time with Mac Jones,
I told y'all 4 weeks ago. I told you.
Oh, you own it. No, you good.
Toby. Hey, you know what?
But I felt like they jumped us because they knew if Trey Lance is sitting there at 4, that's the quarterback we take it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, the Falcons are on the clock now.
Yeah.
Go.
So, all right, now we on the clock now. Toby D, you was on fire with that one. Everything I saw about Trey Lance on tape was impeccable. Let me tell you this, Toby D, I got to harp on this point. Anytime you're able to see a quarterback go out and play a game, I don't care if it's UC Davis, I don't care if it's Southern California that you're playing against. Anytime a quarterback is able to go out there and play a game and throw no interceptions and throw nothing but touchdowns and no interceptions, that is an elite characteristic that cannot be underscored. What happens is people will say, well, you know, he plays for North Dakota State. He doesn't really play against anybody. He won't translate. I think his mental knowledge it's almost like getting, I'll say that, I'll go ahead and call it. I'll say it's getting a smarter Deshaun Watson. And not now. He doesn't have the talent of Deshaun Watson, but I do think that he's got the same tangible intangibles, the same measurables, can run wildcat, can scramble, can throw the ball 60 yards on a dime. I think his ability to touch pass and play action with as much as they run the ball, with what they currently have constructed, San Francisco 49ers got him a player. And
listen to me when I tell you this. You always hear this saying, like father, like son. Okay? We saw Mike Shanahan do this in 2012 when they jumped all the way up. They tried to get up to number 1 to get Andrew Luck. They couldn't get up to number 1 to get Andrew Luck from the coach. They stayed at number 2. And who did they take? RG3. This pick is saying to me that Kyle Shanahan feels like there's unfinished business. Because the first year they drafted RG3, guess what they did? They went to the playoffs. Yeah. Now, they lost against the Seahawks, okay? But this shows me that he's got unfinished business not only for himself, but for his dad as well. And that's why this pick Trey Lance is in there. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, if Terry and them put up some smoke screens to make them do that, hey, kudos to Terry and them. Yeah. But I agree with you, Toby. I agree with you 100%. I think that if that guy was there, maybe Arthur Smith and them was going to dump the gun on that. But, I mean, for San Francisco to do what they did and thinking that they spiting us at the same time, and I'm still not finna get off of that horse, man. It's kind of nagging because how they did, and I'm glad JR brought up Kinlaw from last year because I felt that's what they did to us. And for Shanahan to be like that, it's kind of weird in a certain way. It's kind of weird, but hey, we on the clock. It's Terry. And somebody put it in the chat. I wonder how much they phone is ringing like right
dude,
now, and I wonder how they scrambling around right now.
Hey, man, look,
and somebody talking.
I'm gonna just go ahead and tell y'all right now. I'm already at a point mentally that when Kyle Pitts' name is called, we just go ahead and talk about what he's gonna look like in the Atlanta Falcons jersey.
Now.
Somebody called me a second ago. I'm looking through all my graphics. I made one for Pitts, obviously assuming that's who we're gonna pick.
I seen that up there. I was wondering.
Like I couldn't find it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And
yeah,
so
don't worry about finding it yet. Why you looking, JR?
Look, I gotta try to be prepared.
Full anything, but I don't think they're going Justin Fields or Matt Jones. None against those two players, but I truly think those players. I think Justin Fields goes no further than Detroit Lions if he's there at 7, because I don't see 5 and 6 at Miami Dolphins or the Bengals taking Justin Fields.
Right.
I think. Well, we'll see. They could take Justin Fields here. They could take a hometown guy.
Stu the Pepperhead says tipped us $5 and said Pitts equals Gonzo 2.0. Watch mad tape on this kid. Reminds me of what MR2 could do with 88 in the high post. Win now attitude, I'm in. If they take Pitts, that's going to tell you what they feel about this roster. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Without a doubt, they knew Trey Lance was gone, and I did too, because that's why it all of a sudden came out about them having differences, and then Trey Lance turns out to be the player that both of them actually agreed upon that they like.
Right. Yep. This is.
So here it goes, guys.
Hard boy.
My heart is racing, guys.
Hey, JR, you better calm down over there now.
I'm trying.
All right, get in the direction, you, JR.
Look, take me another sip.
All right, man. They gonna take it down to the last minute. They gonna say, "Hey, what you gonna? Hey, what you?
Oh yeah,
hey, still up for grabs." But I just don't think there's gonna be an offer big enough.
I don't think so. Not to get them to move off of 4. Like the only people that I think could offer you enough or would want to come up is
the pick is in.
Oh, pick is in.
Right. Let's man. Stop out of it. Let's go.
Okay, it's your show, JR. It's your show right now. Go ahead.
Shoot, hey, we all here. I'm. Who?
You know what? I'm sorry.
Oh, my heart is racing.
Calm down.
My heart is racing.
JR, get it right now.
Okay.
Get it right. Woosa.
I think, like I said, I'm really feeling like it's gonna be Kyle Pitts. You know.
Oh my goodness.
I mean that's been the report from word go. That's been the where all these analysts have us going.
Like my boy Winton Corbett said, it ain't ringing no more. The pick is in.
That's it. The pick is in. You ain't trading out of it. What I wanted to happen didn't happen.
To give them right now, unless it just knock their socks off.
Uh-oh, y'all.
Boom. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts is. That's it. All right. Kyle Pitts, 6'6", 246, 1,492 yards, 18 touchdowns on 100 receptions.
Look, Doc.
I can't even put my hands.
Look,
they already knew Trey Lance was gone.
That's it.
They knew it. And
let's go.
This goes to show you where they had these guys ranked on their board.
That's it. No, dead up.
Where they had
I know everybody's going to be, I know all the Georgia people are going to be upset about not taking Fields, and I get it. But, I mean, they felt like, this tells you right here, they felt like that they can compete. That they can compete this year. If not this year, then next year. You know, they felt like that once they get that scheme in. I mean, Matt Ryan's only 36 years old, or will be when this league starts, and hasn't necessarily shown like his ability regressing any.
In his Atlanta made suit, he had his suit signed out of Atlanta, y'all. Just in case y'all didn't know that.
Yeah, it is.
He had that on the Rich Eisen show. His suit was designed from a designer in Atlanta. He knew he was going here.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it.
He would tell you, be quiet.
As we had talked about before, you know, all the time we had talked about, you know, picking up Matt Ryan's replacement. I think we just picked up Julio Jones's replacement.
Julio Jones.
So
let's talk about it right now. Terry Fontenot said A1. He said best player available.
Yep.
Look. Cornerback. Oh, we need a linebacker. Yeah, we know what we need. But like I said on the show the last couple of weeks, I said, listen, this boy is better than whatever defense they got in the first round. And I stand on it.
He walked like up in the tennis league. Oh,
that's it.
With Matty Ice.
And he already expected to go 4. He expected that. He knew he was going 4.
Hey, Toby D, this is what I told my boy earlier today. They said, okay, wow, that'd be crazy. Kyle Pitts and Julio and Ridley. And I was like, look, y'all don't forget about Cordero Patterson. He's very gadgety.
Right.
We can utilize that guy in the kick return, punt return, out of the backfield. We got mismatch problems. You know what? Last couple of years is mismatch problems. Welcome to Atlanta, another mismatch problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Like, look, for all you people thinking that, you know, we let Fields go or whatever, I know y'all gonna feel some kind of way. Fields is gonna be just fine wherever he ends up. You know, if it's
Detroit,
right? If it's Detroit, then he's gonna go up there and he's gonna ball out.
Yes, sir.
So Fields is gonna be just fine. But man, I'm excited right there. You're talking about adding that.
I told weeks ago. I said it. Trey Lance is there. They taking him.
Yep.
Don't get it twisted. When we get in that red zone, Saints, Buccaneers, and Carolina Panthers, y'all better watch out because y'all don't know what's coming. We can
then,
go ahead.
This is what I want then. Fine. For all these people who think that we do nothing but ride Matt Ryan's jock, when we get in the red zone, I want Matt Ryan practicing back shoulder fades all off season. Like he better perfect that daggum throw.
There you go.
You got a 6'6" tight end that is a mismatch nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to see utilization of this guy. And I was watching film on him last couple of days, like obviously with a strong feeling that that's where we were going to go. And as the season got on, he actually got better as a blocker.
Right.
So like you add him with Hayden Hurst, you remember the 2 tight end attack from the Patriots years ago? Before, Hernandez did Hernandez things.
Right.
Like that could be the next staple.
Yeah.
And look, and JR,
sure.
I'm going to call it again. What other team in the NFC South has this type of mismatch? You can't name one. Don't get me wrong. I like to see Antonio Brown come back for the Bucs, and the Bucs look good, and they bring everybody back. But I'm going to tell you like this, though. Hayden Hurst, a hungry Hayden Hurst, because Hayden Hurst, I'm not going to undersell Hayden Hurst. Hayden Hurst is a very good.
I think Hayden Hurst is going to look real good.
Look at him smiling up in there, boy. Look at him.
Like, to be honest with you, and you know what? What's funny is it's funny, man, because Kyle Pitts is one of those guys where if you ever get a chance, man, to grow up and be somebody, you never know who's watching. Small little quick story. Michael Vick and Ron Jaworski, when Michael Vick was the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, real quick, he was in Philadelphia and he donated $200,000 to this park, right? Mm-hmm. And when he donated money to this park, there was the top team in that park. They were allowed to cut the ribbon at the opening of this brand new park in Philadelphia. So you never know. The kid who was able to cut the ribbon that day was one Kyle Pitts. Who would have known that he would be in this position right now? But I think one is two things. Kids, never stop really trying to reach your goals. You never know who's watching. You never know what position you might be in. You never know what impact you might be able to do. And you never know what kind of stories are able to come back. Because if we would know that Kyle Pitts would be an Atlanta Falcon that day, nobody would know that. But what I know is right now is that is a guy that he knew. You know what? I think he was so sure that he was coming to Atlanta that he was like, it seems like.
Whoa. And they had to literally tell him, dude, you got to calm it down. Giving everything away. But I'm going to tell you right now.
Talk about it,
Philly Connection is official, y'all.
The Philly Connection.
Guys connect because they got Philly ties. The Philly Connection is what I'm going to be calling it every time.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yes,
that's right.
Jaquil tipped us $5 and said, LOL, Hubs, I see you got your guy. You've been saying it forever. Y'all looking good, guys. Thank you, madam. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Dropping in on us.
But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm over talking now, but that's another thing. Shout out to the spouses of P4P ATL. Y'all some of the most hardest working spouses in this country.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Good stuff. Like the fact that they support us the way they do. Oh, man.
Speak on it, JL.
Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell for the Bengals.
Okay, so that's who you're thinking here. All right,
yes.
I think
it was Penei Sewell.
It's Sewell. They need him. They need him
Sewell. Like your franchise quarterback went down year one because he's running for his life.
Well, I'm a little bit different though. I think that a team like the Bengals though, you lose to AJ Green though. That's a huge hole out there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why not get the guy who he made all the magic with in college at LSU as giving him up?
No, you right there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, I think Penei Sewell go there because they got Joe Burrow coming back off that ACL. They need linemen. They need a left tackle bad, and that's a no brainer right there. And look here, Justin Fields. I don't think you're gonna fall, but watch them New England Patriots. If he fall far enough, they're gonna come up there and get him.
Oh yeah,
that Bill Belichick is a man on fire. He won his quarterback.
He ain't getting out of.
I just don't.
Yeah, he ain't getting past Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, I get you with Detroit, but he ain't getting past Washington.
I think he's staying in the top 10.
I think so too.
The Lions already put it out there. If one of these quarterbacks and they liking them, falls there,
I mean,
they
because
are
they
definitely
ain't necessarily tied to Jared Goff.
Yeah, and I think Justin Fields is going to be picked there at number 7.
PB
really
Blessed tipped us $5. Said the other NFC South DCs just canceled their sleeping plans for the summer. That's right. There you go.
It sure did.
There you go.
Hey man, I'm sorry, man. Like when you got a guy like that can play receiver, that can play tight end. Again, his blocking is understated. I guess if you got to nitpick on him, you nitpick his blocking. Like I said in the video before, Lee Smith said. Lee Smith came here. Y'all heard him when he said it. I'm here to protect Matt Ryan. That's not what Kyle Pitts is going to say.
That's right.
Catch balls from Matt Ryan. So
the chat is saying that that the Bengals took Chase. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw his picture up there.
Yep. See?
So Chase stands 6 foot flat, 208. In his career, he had 2,933 yards, 107 receptions with 23 touchdowns. Yep, the pick is in. So he gets reunited with his quarterback, get him a familiar target to throw to. Like you said, they lost AJ Green.
Yep.
So they lost their Julio Jones.
Yeah.
So now Jamar Chase becomes the first wide receiver off the board, which I think we all felt like he was going to be the first one to come off the board.
No
so that's a good. If you ain't gonna protect him, I guess at least give him somebody to throw it to.
I guess so.
This is a deep O-line draft.
Oh, huge!
It's
huge.
So
yeah,
they may feel like they can get somebody at the top of the second round. That can help.
Yeah.
So, man. We ain't got to talk about it no more, in a sense.
Well,
no, we don't. It's over. That part is over.
I'll be honest.
That part is over.
I'm sorry.
It's done, JR.
I got one more thing to talk about.
What you got?
I really do hope that Justin Fields does not go to the Carolina Panthers, though, just with this type of fall, though, because now I will say that Sam Darnold's a okay quarterback. He'll be their quarterback maybe a year or two. But I'll be honest. I'll probably be the only one that may say this. I don't want to see Justin Fields in this division.
No.
I wish it in the NFL.
I don't want to hear about it. Does that make sense? I know that's going to sound absolutely selfish and everything else, but I don't want to hear about it twice a year.
Listen, I'm on the opposite end of that, Steve.
Oh, shoot.
If he comes in the division, fine, because that tests my player up against the player that you said, let's see who's the best.
There you
go.
Okay.
I'm not running from competition. If Justin Fields comes here, because I already heard people chirping, talking about if one of our division guys take Justin Fields, then you're going to be hearing about it because he's going to be playing so well over there. And that's fine. I wish him nothing but the best. But I'm telling you right now, Kyle Pitts was the best choice for the Atlanta Falcons.
Not just that. I mean, he was arguably the best player on the board.
Period.
Like, I heard that, like, time in and time out, that he was the best player on the board. Like, obviously, everybody knew quarterbacks were going to go first.
Mm-hmm.
And that happens quite a bit. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the quarterback was the best player in the draft. Right. I heard so many people say Kyle Pitts is the best player in the draft. Right. And us as Falcons fans can now say that in this draft, we got the best player.
Right.
And,
that's right.
Look at it like this, Falcons fans, or, the guys who are in the chat with us and hanging with us. I know, a lot of y'all probably wanted a quarterback, but think about it like this. Kyle Pitts will make a rookie quarterback's job easier.
Yes, he will.
Okay?
Yeah, he will.
And to be honest with you, like, I'll say this, though. To my boy, Dr. Ganja 99, like I said, I like kind of, like I said, I've been seeing you, since the chat has started. You've been putting a lot of stuff in the chat. I love it. But one thing that you did say that, I'll touch on a little bit. Let me go back to this comment. Let's see here. So when we talk about possibly the second round, now maybe it's a little too early. We're right now in the first round, stuff like that. Now, I will say this: if a Javonte Williams is there tomorrow, my gosh, like you look at how we're, my thing about it is like this: sometimes your best prescription for your weaknesses is a strength in another area. I just say like this: if we bring a Javonte Williams, Kyle Pitts, we'll worry about Julio, what happens aesthetically when we worry about it. But if I'm Terry F right now, I'm really thinking about it. Do I really want to get rid of Julio Jones with a Kyle Pitts already in the fold. OBD, all this hypothetical stuff is over with. We've talked about Kyle Pitts. You and I have been close at the hip on Kyle Pitts.
Yes, sir.
But like, I'll be honest with you, that talking about Julio Jones, I'm not as up on Julio Jones or getting rid of Julio Jones as I was, a couple days ago. I say we got here with what we got right now. All I'm telling you right now, you add another Javonte Williams that I don't give a doggone what a Tom Brady. I don't care what these guys bring up. You give me some of these playmakers, and we've been watching the same team, guys, the last 5 years. We've not had these type of playmakers before on the offensive side of the ball. We've been a very talented team on offense, but again, you add 2 tight ends that are capable of creating the type of mismatches that we have right now. There are not too many teams in the NFL that can try that out every week. And they need to get familiar with it.
All right. So the Dolphins did not trade, so their pick is in. So let's see who they took.
While we're waiting on that, Tom Snow says, I watch all of your content on my long drive to work every day. We appreciate that. Says, really enjoying what y'all are doing. Hopeful for a ton more content in future. Only question is, who are we taking at 35, which is what we were just talking about with Javonte Williams. He tipped us $20 on that one, so thank you so much, Tom. Appreciate y'all on that one. For me right now, the top, my wish list for the top of tomorrow is either Javonte Williams or Trevon Moehrig is a guy who I would really like. Get him back there with A.J. Terrell, give Dean Pease another solid defensive back to play with there. So that would be my choice there. I'm trying to see if I can jump out ahead. Let's see. Yep, it looks like it is Jalen Waddle. So.
Oh, wow.
The receivers are coming
Yeah,
up.
they are.
Yeah, they are.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's going to be the Dolphins. Them boys a player.
Oh, yeah. Jalen Waddle, 5'10", 182, almost 2,000 yards, 106 receptions, and 17 touchdowns in his career at Alabama.
So far, both teams are joining their former teammates together with the quarterbacks. Tua had Jalen Waddle, and then Chase.
I mean,
with
Joe going into this draft period, like it was a lot of like talking about, are they going to move on from Tua? I'm glad to see them trying to support Tua.
Yeah.
Because too quick are we willing to walk away from these rookie quarterbacks? Whether it's a Carson Wentz, a Jared Goff, even a Sam Darnold at this junction. So yeah, it's. I'm glad to see Miami at least trying to support Tua. Now, look, there's also been rumors about Deshaun Watson and all his craziness. So there ain't no telling if something don't happen before the season starts. But still, right now you're giving him a target that he's familiar with, and I think that's definitely a good deal. Dr. Ganji says, no, golf is average. Yeah, he might be. I'm just saying. I'm just bringing him up as an example, Dr. Ganji.
Listen, guys, I do have to say this, man.
What's up?
Shout out to everyone in the chat tonight because we're all doing this as a family thing. Whoever gets the pick in first is announcing it, and I just love the whole interaction. And this is how we should be as Falcons fans. We need to get back on that page of being together like we're doing right now. I really love it, man. I love the participation tonight, man. Thank you all.
It's been real good. Iron Mike,
that's great.
Go ahead.
That's a great point, Toby. Because I think that, you're absolutely right, and if I'm honest, accountability, I'm huge on accountability, myself, because, me and Big Jimbo, man, we did a lot of our draft houses where we went through every type of prospect possible, man. We went through quarterbacks. We went through what deals with potential look like in a Falcons uniform, so on and so forth. So I think that the fact that we're right here, right now, and that's behind us, man, I think this almost is a time of togetherness. We need to be, as Falcons fans, we don't always have to, like you said, we don't always have to agree all of the points, everything like that. I think discourse is what makes this so great. But we're really at a point now where you really need to start looking at your Falcons brother and saying, hey, man, y'all ready to roll? Are we comfortable with this team to support this team? Because you know what's funny? As much as we disagree as Falcons fans, we ultimately all made the same decision. That is my
Right.
team. That's the team I support. And to the end of time,
That's my
who
team.
I'm gonna go win.
That's right. Willie Doc tipped us
Right.
$2. Thank you, Willie. He says, thanks, P for P,
Appreciate that,
for
Will.
all this great content. Let's go. Hey, look,
Appreciate
we
it,
do
Willie.
it, as we've said many times
Doc.
before, we do it because y'all show up and because y'all interact with us. And somebody else, what's up? Logan Pickens
The
in?
Detroit Lions pick is
Okay.
in, and it's in quick, guys. I'm feeling Justin Fields right here. I'm
It better
feeling that pick is in fast, man.
Let's see.
It better be. I kind of feel bad for Justin
don't.
Fields though because
I know
but,
it sounds bad, but he's going to be fine. You know, I mean, that's,
with Detroit, you're not gonna be.
well, I
fine.
mean,
Like,
yeah,
that's
I got you.
like
Sanchez
No.
Lowe says, how do we tip? I think there's like a little dollar sign
yeah.
button. I don't know what it looks like on y'all's end.
Yeah, it's a super
But
chat.
there's a super chat
It's
button,
a super chat dollar sign, something like that down there. I think you hit.
you know, if you feel like it. But, you know,
Yeah, man, that pick is in awfully quick, guys. I think Justin Fields is going. I
let's
think
see.
this. I said this in my mock draft on Twitter, and if it is, I'm right now. I should have played the lottery.
should
I'm
have.
telling you, I'm
You've
getting
been on
picks
it.
right now.
You've been on it. Josh,
that
you know,
is the
Josh
case,
Gilman
Justin
just brought up a good
Fields goes.
point. He said Sewell is dropping. Panay Sewell, arguably the best
Mhm.
O-lineman. There's going to be a run on O-lineman. There's always a run on O-lineman. I just don't know exactly when it's going to pop up. But there's going to be a run on O-lineman.
and
Yeah, and who we should be talking about now? If Devontae Smith don't go here, that's who we need to be talking about because with his weigh-in at 166 pounds,
That's sketchy, man.
he could drop. If he don't go here. I think it's Justin Fields, but
right.
yeah, if he drops, man, because his partner went before him, Jalen Waddle. So this gonna be interesting.
You're absolutely right, man. I mean, and to be honest with you, with a guy like Panay Sewell potentially dropping, I think I was listening to 929 the game. I was listening to Randy McMichael. He was like, "Is this guy kind of Orlando Brown? Is he Jonathan Ogden? Is he a GOAT? When you look at him,
Right.
is he a guy you absolutely got to have?" I think that Panay Sewell will be a fantastic NFL player, but I'm honest. When I really did my research,
Somebody announced.
Yeah, I see it. They saying it's Sewell. So Sewell drops no
Okay,
further.
so Sewell going up.
So
Okay,
Sewell drops
Yeah.
no further. He's 6'6", 330,
okay.
2-year starter,
Ooh.
Outland Trophy Award winner, first team All-American, arguably the best offensive lineman in this draft. He did opt out, so that's probably one reason why he dropped a little bit.
Yeah.
Because that's what's made this,
Uh,
draft interesting with all these opt-outs. So now we're going to see about Carolina if they're going to take Fields.
Oh
Man,
man.
this-
I don't think look,
Wow.
if Carolina don't take Fields, I don't think he gets past Denver myself.
Man,
No,
this
he
is
ain't gonna go
crazy.
bad.
I think Carolina feels.
Man.
I don't know.
I
We're
don't.
going to see. Sanchez Lowe figured out how to tip us. Thank you, Sanchez. And says, I think
Thanks,
we trade
Sanchez.
up and pick up Travis or Najee. And that's
And
that's the reason why, like the whole concept of trading back up is obviously one reason why we're still on air, right? We're still streaming
Right,
because
exactly.
that's why we will
Yeah.
stream until the last pick is picked because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that
Go ahead.
go ahead. But that goes back to having all those picks.
Right.
Why you keep all those picks? We might not be able to afford them because of the draft, because of the cap situation. So in trade, you start trading them
Mhm.
because you can't afford
It's
them.
possible.
So you can start trading picks to get back up there and grab your guy. So Sanchez Lowe, that might be something they do because they might not be able to
You
pay
never
all
know.
those draft picks because of the cap
So
situation.
we're going to
Well,
trying to see here.
they just got. They're excited too, bro.
They should be.
They talking about
excited.
jump out of the roof.
I mean, they didn't necessarily protect Stafford very well. So if you're going to roll with Goff,
Yeah.
you're going to need to protect him because he ain't as mobile as Stafford
Yeah.
was. That
Yeah,
much is
right.
for sure.
Mhm.
So,
Wow. So Justin Fields is gonna fall below 7.
below 7, I still say he goes in the top 10.
Yeah, he going top 10.
I still don't think he makes it out of the top 10 myself. But that at least
He's
makes
going
me
top.
feel like a little more justified about Mac Jones. Because I was like, there's
Yeah.
no way that this cat's
Now, Mac
going.
Jones going. Now Jones dropped
He
it
needed
now
to.
because Fields gonna come off the board before him.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're right, Jay. I agree.
I'm telling you, though, the Carolina Panthers they hold a critical key right now.
Oh, they
I
do.
think in terms of what they're going to do. You know, I do think they go quarterback. I mean, even with a Sam Darnold, though, like, I don't think they believe in Sam Darnold long term.
I don't know, but why do you trade for him if you don't?
Hey, man.
Especially if you hold the 8th pick.
Hey, man. Listen here, man.
I'm saying.
We got our guy, Kyle Pitts. Don't be sitting up here at the skirt now if Justin Fields coming in this division, man.
I ain't worried about Justin Fields in that aspect.
Okay? Come on.
You know, I'm not worried about him.
Hey, I can't wait to see Pitts run that first seam route. You know what I mean?
That's gonna be good.
Good God Almighty, he get around the linebackers, man. It's gonna be brutal.
When you got a guy who can play wide receiver, wide receiver, and play in line, you know what that does for that 12 personnel? You can disguise 12 personnel and make it look like 11 personnel because you got somebody like a Kyle Pitts.
That's it.
Okay? And you don't never have to get out of them. You know what else that does? That forces your defense to have to stay in their base set, and they can't go in the nickel.
And that's like by the numbers. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I had done it earlier. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find it. Anyway, like Arthur Smith used the 12 and 13 personnel more than any other coach or any other team.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
He did.
that's a key to his offense if he's coming in playing and running the same style offense, right? Which we right now have no indication that he wouldn't be, trying to come in and run the same offense. So with that being said, getting a guy like a Kyle Pitts to then pair, even if it's just for a year to see what you can produce, to pair with a Hayden Hurst in those 12 and 13 personnel, along with the myriad amount of blocking tight ends that we have signed over this offseason. Yes. Like, it's going to be that's going to – look, Matt Ryan shouldn't be getting sacked 41 some odd times or 44 times this year.
No.
That's straight up. He shouldn't be getting sacked that many times.
He's going to get that ball out super fast.
Yep.
It remains to be seen if Julio Jones will still be here. I honestly don't believe that they are going to trade him. So. They just –
I mean, my gut tells me that he stays, that his contract's going to be too hard to move.
Yeah.
Daylon Maffitt, I probably butchered that, just tipped us $10. He said, "Great job, guys. We appreciate that." And like I said, man, we thank y'all for being here. We thank y'all for joining us and hanging with us and having a good old time. All y'all during the regular season, all y'all who asking for longer streams, this is it. This is your thing tonight.
Here you go.
That's it right here.
Hey, stick around. Stick around with us. If you got some friends, some cousins, some family members, tell them to come join.
Go grab you a plate of wings and come on back. Whatever you need to do.
Come on back with it.
Got the wings.
Man, dude, come on.
Why you do that, man?
Some good hot wings.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Get
come
them,
on, JL.
lemon pepper wets.
Lemon pepper wet.
Like, oh, man.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah,
But
man.
anyway.
Hey, because I'm going to take it like this. We didn't already drafted Kyle Pitts. So, yeah, the other teams got, everybody else in this draft. Yeah, it's good for them. That's what I'm going to say. Now, true enough, we can talk about these guys. But it's good for them. But in the words of, like I said, man, we found a guy. We got our guy.
No, dead up. Like, we got the guy. All right, the pick is in for the Panthers.
And they got
let's see what they got. Let's see.
They was in there deliberating like a mug.
Sanchez says, how do y'all feel about Najee or Travis? If we can get one of them two at the top of the second round, I wouldn't be mad.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you, I might cry on the show tomorrow. I might cry tonight if we jump back in the first round and get one of them guys before you get into the second, if they fall that far.
We're going to see.
Because, let me tell you right now.
Boy, that'll be awesome.
Very, very good.
Man.
We got Roddy White tweeting at Kyle Pitts saying, "Congrats, welcome to the family, a.k.a. Unicorn.
That's right.
Can't wait to see you making plays."
That's because he know Kyle Pitts ain't going to be wearing no 84.
Well, he'll have the money to pay
yeah, go ahead.
oh, what's his face? Cordell Patterson if he really wanted to.
I'm glad that he's not wearing the number 84 because you know how much immense pressure that would be him wearing that number. I'm more happier that a veteran is wearing that number instead of him. And I think that's why they set it up like this, because you go out there and get someone like Cordell Patterson, who is a playmaker, but at the same time, it takes the pressure off Pitts coming in wearing that number 84 and gives it over to Patterson, who's been playing with that number for quite some time now. So I'm glad that this worked out the way that it did.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Well, according to NFL Update, the Panthers take J.C. Horn at 8.
Well, that kind of countermeasure. That's kind of countermeasures of kind of what we're doing. That's kind of what they're doing, because if we're gonna keep Julio Jones like we said we probably gonna do, now they couldn't take the guy they want. They got to go with their second guy. They need secondary help now that Pitts is on that Atlanta Falcons. So then
they ought to be
with the other
be real
division.
familiar.
That's
J.C. Horn and Pitts went at it.
JR,
Sir.
JR, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. The Panthers are scared. I'll put it to you.
That was a scared pick.
Kyle Pitts said this, Jimbo, Big Jimbo. Kyle Pitts said, who was the toughest guy that you faced in the SEC last year? He said J.C. Horn.
He sure did.
Was the toughest guy that you faced last year. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Whoever put earlier that defensive coordinators are trembling, that Kyle Pitts is here as an I think that there is more fuel to that fire. As I said before, I said this the last 2 shows. I said, you want to look at who Kyle Pitts, how you utilize him, look at Vernon Davis, his rookie year. And you look at the involvement. Again, we're starting to see picks that say, well, look, man, what's funny is we're starting to see teams do what we try to do to them, which is, we try to have the Vic Beasley to combat a Cam Newton. Teams are going to try to find guys to stop Kyle Pitts, because I'm telling you, he's going to. So I see it. I'm glad that the Panthers are.
White and Colbert says Fields to the Broncos. It's like we on Fields watch right now, right?
Yeah,
we don't
exactly.
It feels like when Aaron Rodgers started falling years ago. Jonathan Holder says Pitts. What's going on, Jonathan? I'm glad you decided to join us tonight.
Pitts, baby.
We're very happy about Pitts being here. Here in Atlanta. How quick somebody gonna be ordering a Pitts jersey once they figured out what number he is?
I'm trying to wonder what Toby doing over there. I ain't seen him pick his phone up yet.
Hey, Doc, as soon as I can get it,
As soon as I hear that.
As soon as I can get it.
I know it. Yes, sir.
Yep.
I'm telling you, I don't know what his number's gonna be. He can go in a single digit now because it's been proven. So you don't know.
Oh, yeah, he could be like number 5 or something. I don't know. I don't even know who number 5 is.
Uno.
Who do you have to be number uno? That old man, come on. You talk about going in with some swag.
And for all we know, he can be number 4 since he was the 4th overall pick.
Yeah. Trent A just tipped us $24.99. Says, I said it, Kyle Pitts, up? Baby Falcons till I spell it. Till I die. I got you. Yeah. I said no. I'm glad in that aspect.
Broncos on the. Let's see what they do.
J.C. Horn.
Trent A.
Take his picture down now.
Yeah, that's like me, Trent A. Like it.
I'm gonna just go ahead and call it again. JR. The Panthers did not take Justin Fields, and the fact that they are Horn as the guy or whatever. Oh yeah, man.
We starting to lose Mike.
Y'all, hey.
Well, we'll see what happens there. We'll give him a second. See if he comes back.
Hey, look, we're not used to going this long.
You got to hold on, baby.
This an endurance game today.
Ready. Yeah, you got to
man. See, that's why strength and conditioning is so important.
Well, that leg cramp. That
there he is. He come back. He don't even got him some water to stretch that leg cramp out. That's what it was. I'll see how you doing over there, Mike.
Hey shout out to Terry F and Arthur Smith making teams pick people they didn't even want to pick.
Man, what you talking?
We still playing the game.
We here now, baby.
Yeah. Oh, somebody saying that Cameron Jordan's already talking crap to Pitts. Cameron Jordan can't do nothing but talk crap. Like, he's a good player and all.
Yeah, good.
And I guess I'm glad for the rivalry that he's as fun as he is. But my God, that man is very worried about what the Falcons are doing. And right now, as it stands right now, they don't have a quarterback really. You got W. Eaton, tight end.
Yeah, exactly.
At least our tight end is a tight end, and not a tight end, quarterback, running back, wide receiver. You know.
Hey, and listen. First of all, Cameron Jordan, worry about your own team. Don't speak about Atlanta, man.
He always say something about us every year. Everybody.
Yeah, he's always talking. He's always talking.
So,
but I'll be scared. I'll be scared too if I got to face a Pitts, a Julio, a Ridley, a Gage, a Hurst, and all them twice a year. I'll be scared too. All of them shook up. Terry got that whole division shook up now. We making people take people they ain't even want to take. This is the game within the game that Terry and them have set up all these months leading to this. And they did an outstanding job not leaking out that pick, even though Pitts kind of did and they backed them off of it. They did an outstanding job. And without that last regime, we would have knew.
Dude, man, you'd have known.
You know what I mean? And we would have been picking to stop the Saints and the Panthers and the Bucks. We would have been picking, but we went BPA. TF stuck to his word, and man, it's on now. It's on and popping now. No red zone woes are over. Y'all better buckle up and get the popcorn ready.
The whole draft.
Tony Pham says he jealous because we got his GM talking about Cam Jordan. Yeah, no doubt. Oh, yeah. Tom Snow said, if I was Cam Jordan, I'd be worried about Jameis throwing 40 picks next year. He's the only one I know of that went with a 30 for 30 club, right?
30 for 30.
Right. That's it. Yep.
So, but let's see.
Man, what if Justin Fields actually does fall to the New England Patriots?
Well, I mean, look, okay.
If he don't go here.
I honestly, I don't see him moving past Denver at this pick because you're right. If he doesn't go to Denver, I'm looking at Dallas. I'm looking at the Giants. I'm looking at Philly. I'm looking at, Los Angeles, the Chargers, Minnesota. None of these teams need quarterbacks. Yeah, it will be a fall.
Look, right now, the next two teams that need quarterbacks, Washington and the Patriots. Right. That's your next two teams. Past Denver, unless the Saints want to jump up, which they've been rumored to be wanting to make a move if one of their guys fell to the top 10. So, I mean, if their guy was Justin Fields, they may be trying to package their whole draft.
Yeah, from what Jay Glazer was saying, if they come up, it wouldn't be for a quarterback.
Right.
But they wanted one of these corners, but I don't think anybody's going to let them in the top 10.
I don't think so either. I don't think so.
Because they want to stay.
Ghost Pepper says, what happened to the Panthers getting Justin Fields? By the way, according to the Falcons and Panthers overall 1-1 record, my Birds damn near whooped their ass. Okay. Not sure where you're going with that there.
Almost.
Willie Doc says, hey, Cameron Jordan, let me close that championship window for you. Oops, y'all already did it. Dang, Willie. Same thing with Jonathan. Jonathan says, tell them Aints to shut the heck up. I mean, they like to talk. They like to talk. That is for sure. Let's see.
They do.
They do. Let's see. Nobody's reported the Broncos pick yet.
I guess they don't care.
Dr. Ganja says Fields may fall like Jamar. He may.
And he could. And if he
does, it happens to somebody every year.
Atlanta will up in there to get him.
It happens to a player every year. Somebody, they fall for unknown reasons. Like people are pointing at like some of his throwing mechanics or, players not performing well coming out of Ohio State. There's a bunch of arbitrary reasons that these people can convince themselves not to draft Justin Fields. And I say arbitrary because I watched the dude play, and he is a talented player. I mean, if I hate to say it like this, we ended up at number 4, probably 2 years too soon. If it was 2 years from now, and we had the same type of draft and we were sitting at 4,
Yeah.
I'd be banging the table.
He coming up. He coming up.
You know what I'm saying? I'd be banging the table for somebody like a Justin
Damn.
Fields.
And I'll say this though, if those first I'm referring back to our pick because I'm really excited about it anyway. But if those first 2 teams didn't do the quarterback,
yeah,
they would have Patrick Surtain.
Patrick Surtain,
Okay.
and that's funny thing, right? And our guy Spotrack just said on Twitter, he said the Broncos not having to trade up to get Justin Fields could be the story of the draft for the next 10 years. That's what people are going to remember.
Y'all, do y'all realize that Denver's over there building that secondary up over there?
Well, I mean, what you got Vic Fangio as the head coach over there, so it doesn't necessarily surprise me.
Boy, that secondary, crazy.
Man, that secondary about to be wild out. Patrick Surtain, Justin Simmons, and you got Kyle Fuller, who you went and got in free agency.
You talk about.
Man.
And they got Kareem Jackson, and they got Darby from the Eagles.
Jackson, my! But you know what? Get what? You gonna have to stay in your base when you play against us. So somebody gonna be sitting on the bench.
Man, I love you, Toby.
All right, Dallas. Who we thinking about? Who we thinking for Dallas? They just signed Dak Prescott, so it's obviously not going to be a quarterback. I mean,
they got they wanted, just went off
right.
the board.
The corners are off the board.
You got
if Dallas
you got Caleb Farley, but a lot of people scared of his medicals.
I'm not really feeling Caleb Farley. If I'm honest, I take a Devontae Smith or something like that, like a guy like that. Not that they don't, you know what I mean? Like they got good receivers, but a guy like that could take them over the top. They could go deep.
Not to get off track. You know, Patrick Surtain, 6'1", 203. 4 interceptions, 24 pass defenses, 4 forced fumbles, and 82 tackles. Like so, dude's all over the field. Like he's a he's a force. That's for sure. Hi Emma. Jonathan Holder says Emma says hi and rise up. Hi Emma. Glad you are sitting here watching with us.
Yeah.
Jimmy just ran away. He said I don't care no more. I'm leaving. I don't want to talk about Patrick Surtain. I'm gone.
Hey, shoot. Y'all talking, shoot. I'm about to have to get up and take me a little break too and come back.
And that's the joy right now of having all 4 of us. Is that if you need to get up and go do what you need to do, just do what you got to do, man. So.
It is.
Yeah, but you know, hey, JR, to your point though, I think Denver did get a lot better though with a Patrick Surtain. I think that he fits the mold of those Akeem Talib, Harris, just good solid corners. It's almost like playing Denver, man. You gotta have good solid corners.
I mean, you're out there in the same division. You talk about like answering divisions, right? You out there in the division with Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes and them slinging it all over the yard. You got to have that secondary.
Yeah, that's why they're going so heavy on the secondary. And they have put together a really good secondary, hands down. But Coach Fangio, and I live out here in Denver, so y'all know I hear they sports radio talk all the time. He's a secondary guy, and that's what he wants. That's what he had in Chicago, and that's what he's really building out here. But you got to have it if you're going to pass Mahomes twice a year. You got to have a secondary.
Hey, real quick. I saw Winton put a comment in he was talking about Dallas. Do they trade down or do they take Parsons? You know what? This is one of those where it's like it's crazy. It's hard to talk about Dan Quinn.
Oh, I know, right?
The Falcons. It's one of those things where it's like, you know what? If Dan Quinn is smart, he needs a Micah Parsons because I think Micah Parsons for him would be what Vic Beasley could have been for the Falcons. I think Micah Parsons is going to be an animal. I think you can line him up at linebacker, at rushing off the edge, those type of things. I think that the only problem is who knows what the hell.
Oh man, come on! Like we tried to figure that out for 5 years.
Exactly, we're trying to figure out. So if you know, then let us know.
I mean that's like you're dead up. Subway trade alert. Cowboys trade their pick. This got to be Fields.
You just almost called.
We got some.
No,
smoke.
to the Eagles. They traded in division. Who does that? Why are you trading to your division? Like on my mock draft, I was like, no, sir, I'm not trading with Carolina. I don't care what they offer. Why would you do that?
No way, JR.
What the heck is?
They traded with the Eagles.
Oh, that's okay. Here's our first big wow of the draft. So far, it's been kind of ho hum. You could have been talking about like Fields dropping. So is this Fields?
You mean to tell me you trade with teams in your division in the NFC East? Oh my gosh!
Is this Fields though? They were talking about wanting to add to that quarterback room. Is this Fields?
If this Fields.
Oh, that would be interesting. I'm super shocked.
I have
Dallas traded number 10 to Philly for its first and third.
What?
So
Anonymous is asking who's the one that wins the trade. Apparently the Eagles win that
all
trade.
All they gave up was a third.
The Eagles win that one hands down. If you can get a Division 4 to trade with you automatically
you don't have to
win.
Give up the form.
You don't have to get up nothing. Hey, that is crazy to me. That NFC East is just weird.
Fields here. They're like with Jalen Hurts. There's no way they take Justin Fields here. I don't believe it. I think that the Eagles love Micah Parsons or somebody, or
crap! I just kicked Toby out. I was trying to unmute him. Oh hell! Y'all keep talking. I got to get him back. No, not even.
And which it could be if they take Justin Fields. Why would you do that? I mean, I understand the Wentz. Ordeal. You got to go back with your quarterback. But what that says about the quarterback you already have, what that says about him. But I wouldn't do anything in the division. I don't care what you throw at me. And I kind of got that sense from Terry F. And that's what we can say about our GM. Oh yeah, our GM ain't gonna do nothing foolish like that. That is foolish, man.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
That is definitely crazy. And I'm with whoever just said it. Who just said it in chat? Looks like it was Terrence Strickland says, doesn't it look like they gave up their 12th? It doesn't look like they gave up their 12th. They had to have. They just haven't fixed that graphic yet.
They kept their 12?
Well, I mean, by the graphic, it's still showing Philly at 12.
Wow,
but that can't be. That can't be right.
Well, they had two first, right?
Did they have two first?
They.
Man, now I'm confused. If all they gave up was
I think they had two.
Did they have a first from trading Wentz?
What?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. Yep. There you go.
So was that it?
I think so.
I would have made them give me the 12 instead of the
second
first. I wouldn't have let the got them my first. No, I wouldn't do that.
The pick is in.
They weird.
Yeah, that is an odd one.
Honestly, this is where it gets real at right here, man.
This is where it gets exciting. That much is for sure. This is where it definitely gets exciting.
And I'll be honest with you guys, if the draft, this will determine whether the Falcons potentially could come back into round one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For sure.
Make some more action tonight. Let's not forget that too, because that's still on the table.
No, I don't think they traded their 12th.
Wow, man.
I don't think they traded their 12th at all.
Who is that GM? He's put his job on the line.
It's a Jones.
Majorly.
It's Jones's boy.
Oh man. He put his job on the line. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Steven Jones, do it.
Josh Gilman, our reporter, our intrepid chat room reporter, is saying that it's Devontae Smith. I'm trying to confirm. Yep, it's Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith went to the Eagles.
So now you got to. So the Cowboys said if they couldn't get their corner, JC or Surtain, they just was wanting to leave. No matter what it takes. Wow. Now you got to face Devontae Smith twice a year, man. And the comparison of the player I compared him to was Deshaun Jackson that went to the Eagles back in the day, and he was very small. People said he was very small, but he killed the Cowboys every time they played him. So now you put yourself back in that situation, almost history repeating itself.
Oh, yeah.
Where you got to go against Devontae Smith every year, twice a year. I'm like Sean Jackson did, John.
Tom
That's
Snow
crazy.
was saying they had to jump New York to get him. Like New York was going, and New York needs some weapons.
They do.
Like the Giants need some weapons for sure. Anonymous says Jerry's still punching air.
I mean, Jared probably still hurt because we took Kyle Pitts, and that he was dreaming plums. He was dreaming plums over there.
Yeah,
and he tried to come up with he ain't worth jumping up that far. Man, sit your behind down somewhere.
Yeah.
That's what you saying. You know, and I know that's a once in a generational player. If you could have jumped up, you would have, but we weren't going to take your pennies because that's exactly what you give is pennies when you jump up.
Right.
Oh, Jerry.
So yeah, we had. Let's see here. I want to see what this report says about
Ice cream man. No, he funny.
What ice cream man over there saying? Let's see here. So Jamar Chase. So Pro Football Network had Devontae Smith as their number 2 wide receiver. He had 1,200. He had 1,256 receiving yards as a junior in 2019.
Ooh.
Did he opt out?
Look, no. Hey,
Remember,
let me
he
tell you,
was the Heisman winner.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
those guys that like I love about football because, and let's be real, man. Let's get this man his due. First of all, he's a football player. He's not going, bench press 225 30 times. He's not going.
Chicago just traded up. Chicago just traded up from 20 to 11.
Okay,
This got to be Pitts.
Fields has to be going there.
It's got to be. That's what I meant. Fields. I said Pitts. It's got to be Fields.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We got Pitt. We good, JR.
Yeah,
we got
right?
we got an all guy.
Oh shoot! So Chicago come all the way up.
Oh,
they missed out. They missed out on Trubisky. They made a bad choice there.
They won't Fields.
That's got to be Fields. What if they do some stupid stuff like take Mac Jones?
Mac Jones.
Hey, that's fine. Go ahead.
Justin Chicago seems more likely, I think, for sure, because I don't see Mac Jones being a Chicago type of quarterback.
No.
I could see that 49ers off scenario, but no, this
Mac Jones. Look, Mac Jones is a Patriot, flat out.
Right.
Like to me, like right out the rip. I was like, well, if Mac Jones goes anywhere, yeah, go ahead, do what you got to do, man. Like Mac Jones is a disciple, or Belichick and Saban are close buddies.
Yeah,
that's got to be what that is. Let's see here.
Wow.
I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see Pitts in that new uniform. That's gonna be smooth right there.
Oh, what you talking about?
That's gonna be a nice thing, man.
He can't wait either. You can tell he knew he was getting called at number 4. He was giving out obvious hints.
Yeah, they probably had the private jet in Cleveland waiting on him. He probably all the way on to Atlanta.
Look, man. When you talk to a guy 4 times, you're getting into scheme things now.
Oh yeah,
you're getting into what you can do with him, what you want to do with him, and all of that, and seeing what he understands and can pick up. And they say this guy is smart to the T. He's a study buff. Okay, so we already know this dude's a study buff, and he's gonna work out. He already was getting to work to get in football shape after the pro day was over. So this tell you right here, and his character is just as good as the player on the field. This I can't remember his tight end coach's name, but he's coached some great guys in the NFL. Antonio Gates being one of them. Said, man, this guy's character, man. Any organization that gets Kyle Pitts is going to love him.
Yeah. So the
man.
Giants,
and he's going to love
in
him.
return for the number 11th pick, they got next year's first round. He got 22, 164, a future one, and the fourth and a 4th round pick.
See, now that's a trade.
That's a good,
know.
That's a good trade.
But what the Cowboys and Eagles did, I don't get that one. But that's a trade right
Yeah,
there.
that's a real good trade right there.
That's cool. I can work with that one at this point in the draft. That's an even trade right there.
No doubt. I think this is the first. They said that was the first time Gettleman has ever traded down.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Let's get into the
early joke.
while we waiting on
ahead.
this pick to come in. Let's get into the. Here it is. They are taking Justin Fields.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I told y'all Fields was going to be fine.
Yeah, he's gonna be all
Oh, yeah,
right.
he's gonna be all right.
Nobody's worried about it.
He's gonna be
6'3",
good, man.
228, 5,700 yards, passing, 67 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 1,133 yards rushing with 19 rushing touchdowns. Now we just got to hope that coaching staff is halfway decent. This is still Matt Nagy out there,
Right.
ain't it?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, Matt Nagy fired if they can't get.
Oh,
it
yeah.
going.
If you can't get it going with Fields, you might as well give it up.
That's it. You
Might
can
as
hang it
well
up.
Give it up. Let's see here.
Because it's your second quarterback drafted
Yeah.
under your tenure.
Yeah, if you can't get it with him, you gone.
And now he's saying he let Ragnow have it last year. Now he's saying he's taking back over the play calling. Well, what was the difference? You still had to approve and hear those plays.
Yeah,
So I think there was a scapegoat
Of
on
course.
his part, kind of like what
we
kinda
did with
what we
Manuel.
dealt with in the past.
Yeah, Manuel and
Right.
Sarkisian back in the day.
There you go. Yeah, that scapegoat.
That's
type
exactly
of stuff.
what it
But
was.
not like you said. Like you said, Toby, this is year. If you don't have it this time, you got to go, bud.
It's out. He out.
Yeah.
Peace.
Let's see here.
Out.
Trying to see if we got some.
All right, keep it there.
Nick Bangaloo. All right, glad to see Nick in the chat with us. I always see his comments on our videos. I'm glad to see you in chat.
Bangalore.
Oh,
He said trade back up and get Fields. Sorry, buddy. Fields is gone.
he was gone.
Don't have to worry about that no more. Fields is gone.
Matt Jones.
He's got to be a Patriot, right? Right?
Yeah, I think
yeah.
Belichick want that.
I mean,
Yeah, I think he will make it there too.
yeah, he's got
But
to.
I don't understand why they brought back Cam Newton. What Cam Newton, Matt Jones? That's kind of almost polar opposite. I don't know.
man.
I think
I mean-
they brought back Cam Newton as an insurance policy,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I see there.
I mean, because Josh McDaniel don't know what he want to do. I mean, I don't see him take a job and drop out of the job the day before he had to go over there and coach the team. So
Yeah, I ain't
so
putting no
we don't
faith
know.
in.
He all over the
Yeah, I'm
place.
not saying I ain't putting no
Yeah.
faith in Josh McDaniels. That's why I was glad
Oh, no.
this time around. Like his name came up, and I was like, no. Anybody
Yeah,
that's gonna
I'm
walk
good.
out on
I'm
a job,
good
I
on
don't
that.
care. Yeah, be a man of your
Yeah.
word.
Yeah.
Tony Wright says, well, pound for pound, the Cowboy fan base are very pissed off and are going off on Cowboys family live stream because Denver took their pick at Surtain at 9. They got more
Yep.
upset when they traded. Yeah, I'm sure they did. Dr.
Hey,
Gardner,
y'all got Dan Quinn though.
yeah. Dr. Gardner says,
yeah.
Kellen Mond, sneaky good. He's just robotic. I mean, we're going to draft a quarterback. I can guarantee you
Yeah.
that. It's just where, And if Mond is there in the 3rd or 4th round and that's what they feel like, then, good. Do it. Take it.
Yeah.
Jonathan Holder
43
says
on.
Mac Jones to the Patriots or they get Jimmy G. One of them will be in New Orleans. Now, Jimmy G, that's interesting. Like, that'd be like a full circle kind of thing right there.
So will.
So that would be very interesting. Major Brick says, so what's our next move? We need defense. Major, you are correct. We need defense. But if our first pick showed us anything, is BPA. And he wasn't kidding. I can say that with certainty.
Hey,
It's
listen,
BPA.
it's
He wasn't joking.
Man.
So,
And if that next defensive player ain't over the top of an offensive player,
like, I can't tell you at this junction. Like, I'm going to have to see how the rest of this thing plays out. We only on pick 12. We got 22 more picks to go.
But this is a good thing for us tonight. This is the milestone for us tonight, knowing how our GM likes his draft. And that's a good scope for us going forward.
Oh, yeah.
This prepares
This is like,
Pound ATL for next year. So we know BPA is what's going
Right.
on. And there ain't no questions
and
about
that's
it.
the thing that, like, is the thing we always heard. Like with Dimitrov, BPA,
Right.
we should do BPA, blah, blah, blah. Well, we now got a GM that is doing BPA.
That's right.
And so that aspect is very interesting that we finally have a GM that is going
Doing what he
BPA and
said.
sticking with it.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell y'all what I love about Arthur
What's
Smith
up, bud?
because he's been very consistent with this. This Joker has a poker face unlike anybody
come on.
else.
Man, no.
And Terry was all excited about that pick, man. He was just keeping that poker face like, okay, yeah, let's go. But he wasn't showing nothing. And I love it.
I love it.
I love it because you don't know what he's thinking.
Yep.
I love it.
No, yeah. And like, I truly believe that it's going to be that 13 and 12 personnel, and he's going to run it down your throat, whether it's running the ball or using Kyle Pitts as a mismatch nightmare. And I'll say this, these last few years of Matt Ryan's career, and I believe we are straight up and down watching the last 2 or 3 years of Matt Ryan's career. And I think they are going to be fun years to watch. Think about the last few years of Peyton Manning up in Denver. Up until the very last year, that was a fun team to watch. And I think we're going to like start to have some serious fun on offense.
Yeah.
Fred Butch asked me about that linebacker out of Georgia in the second round. He's talking about Aziz Ojulari or Monty Rice, and I know he's talking about Monty Rice. So I'm gonna go to Ojulari. I mean, like going back to Terry F, we're going back to our new GM guys. We got to get used to this. This is what we got to get used to. Fred Butch, if he's the BPA at the time we get ready to pick, or if we feel like we need to move up there to get him at a certain point for a BPA, then that's what Terry F is going to do. Now, if you're talking about as far as his measurables and what he can do for the Atlanta Falcons, I think he can add much to DP's defense. Now, no question about it. If you're talking about an edge rusher or stand-up 2-point stance guy for DP's defense, then we're talking real turkey now. And to see what Dean can do with him, it'll be a sight to see. Now, this guy is fast off the edge. He got a really good get off for Ojulari. He got a really good get off, and DP's love his get off guys coming off that edge. So I mean,
I wonder if Ojulari goes here to the Cowboys. Cowboys lost Alden Smith,
and he very well could.
Or that, or Parsons, Micah Parsons, maybe.
They got what's his name, don't they? They got two guys though. They got Banderesh and
Jalen Smith,
and they got Jalen Smith. I mean, they still probably could do it. They don't trade it with their division.
I know, right?
So they still probably could.
Look, and they also signed Keanu Neal and labeled him as a linebacker finally, after we've been asking him to do that for years. So
Dan Quinn want to do it when he get over there. Wow. Well, Dan Quinn, you have fun over there in Dallas. Have fun.
We lost Mike completely. No, I know he stepped away, but daggum. He got lost. That's okay. That's all right. He can get lost.
Hey, when you're going this long, Mike say,
hey, look, I got to do. I got things I got to do.
I hope it ain't body cramp.
Oh no, yeah. Look, he might have been like that Andre Cisco, when he jumped off that Cisco train.
Yeah, he jumped off that Cisco train.
But see, I'm sure you had to get up and get at bottom of the
No,
wrist.
I'm kidding.
I'm wondering. Yeah. We just kidding around. I wanted to ask you this, Toby. We was good inside of the 20s at Atlanta Falcons. I'm talking about. We was good inside of the 20s.
Yep.
If we taking picks all the way down the field, we can roll them around when we get in the red zone. Do you think it's kind of like a alignment we're gonna put together just for Pitts? Or we gonna have a Pitts like type of play scheme, or he's just gonna be in the scheme, put him in the red zone? Are you trying to like
make him a focus or what? I think right. I don't think he'll be a focus this year because as of right now you still have a Julio Jones, you still have a Calvin Ridley. I think he'll get worked in, and it's just going to be depending on how quick he can pick it up. Like how quick he make his force felt, right? The pick is in. They are saying it is Micah Parsons out of Pitt. So talk about age
That's typical
for Dan Quinn.
Dallas Cowboys because that's what they do. Take linebackers.
Right.
I mean,
that's right. So
that makes sense.
6'2", 245, 6.5 sacks, 5 pass defenses, and 18 tackles for loss. He is not an edge rusher. He can rush from the edge, but he is a downhill linebacker. Like he is a downhill A-gap blitzer. Like I'll be interested to see as it goes on. I'll be interested to see how Dan Quinn does go about using him, because it was not like that's a guy you blitz, and Dan Quinn was not a blitzing guy. So I'll be interested to see if he changes his tune now that he got somebody like a Parsons. So let's see what else we got. Dr. Ganji says Chicago passed on Watson and couldn't get Russ. So he was making that comparison to why they come up to get Fields, which is very possible. Now you just got to hope you use them right.
Right.
That's just what that is. Let's see if there's any other ones. If he wins the Super Bowl, they're going to 40-year-old. I'm not 100% sure where he's trying to go back up in the chat and see if I missed anything, and I don't want to just be grabbing quotes. Willie Doc says, "Hey, P for P, we have seen it where a new coaching scheme can propel a team. Do you think the Falcons could compete for a Super Bowl in the next 2 years?" I think so in the next 2 years. I'm wary about this year just because I haven't seen them do it yet. Like I haven't seen what it's going to look like. I think there is going to be a maturation period. How quick can they get up to speed? How quick can they, get to doing what Arthur Smith and Dean Pease wants them to do and performing that way. But I think it could be like a Dan Quinn situation where in the second year, that they could be legitimate contenders. So that's kind of the way I feel in that situation. I'm pretty sure y'all feel pretty, similar.
I mean, I'll say this: you can tell that Arthur Smith's head was churning when they made that pick too, because he's already thinking about what we finna do now. Having Kyle Pitts, the plan is coming into focus on what they want to do on his offense, and it still ain't done yet.
Oh yeah, no.
And that's the scary part about it. It still ain't done yet. So you sit here now, like, you might mess around and bust 40 or more.
You all right over there, Mike?
Oh yeah, hey bro, I'm good.
Okay.
Hey,
okay.
I did with technical difficulties, but we good, man. You know what? We already drafted Kyle Pitts, so I'm good. So
whatever happens at this point, right?
Bonus had nothing to do with Kyle Pitts.
I got you.
Listen, all we doing is these other teams. Kyle Pitts is the Atlanta Falcons. I'm good.
Mike said, "I'm good."
I wanted to ask that: can we win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years? Type of deal. And like I said about Dean Pease, you still got to get used to that defense in the first year. We still got to get used to Arthur Smith offense in the first year. But they do have the team right now that they feel like they can compete in the division and with that schedule that we gonna have and came out. So I feel confident that the best offensive the offseason move that we done made this year was Arthur Smith and Terry F. I still believe that. I still believe like Arthur Smith is my guy. That's my guy. That's my coach. And I trust him. And I trust Terry too. So I'm looking at this team now and I'm looking at the way they are starting to construct things. And like Toby said, we still got 8 more picks to go, baby.
Oh yeah.
We just getting started. Yeah. So as an Atlanta Falcon fan, you really got to get fired up like we do over here. You got to get fired up about this because the best 2 pieces that we added was Terry and Arthur. And as you can see, they are doing their thing already.
No, yeah, I agree there.
They cannot wait. They can't wait.
Let's see. Somebody had a comment that I really liked. I want to get back to it. I think it may have been Ice Cream Man was talking about we gonna torch Parsons and Keanu and KZ. Gonna be late once. Yeah, that's fun.
Ice Cream.
Space Ranger says Micah Parsons is Dan Quinn's Vic Beasley replacement. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see like that. He, in a lot of ways, does not seem like a guy that Quinn is going to use properly, at least from what we know of Quinn. But he seems like a guy who needs to be coming downhill, A gap, B gap, blitzing. So we'll see if Quinn can make those adjustments. Here's the quote that I had. It was Daily Life of Shaq, a.k.a. Mike Lowry. Says, I'll take Boogie out of Wake Forest before the UGA guy. I'm assuming maybe he's talking about Azeez Ojulari. I do like Boogie Basham. Like, if you give me Boogie Basham at the beginning of the second round, that might be a little rich for some people, but I wouldn't be upset by it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad.
I wouldn't be mad at having Boogie Basham at all. He's asking, could Micah talk? I don't have the sound on, so I don't know. I don't really know what they're saying. So maybe he sounded a little rough. I'm not sure. Let's see. DeGanji says, we got a potential Hall of Famer. That's what Daniel Jeremiah said. Like,
potential.
He's like, they could take a quarterback. He said, but if I'm, Terry Fontenot, I'm taking a future Hall of Famer and calling it a day.
Absolutely.
And I feel like that's what he did. I feel like he took a future Hall of Famer, potentially. Obviously, we can't project tonight what his career is going to look like. Not truly, but you feel good about it, right? You feel good about what he brings to the team after what you've seen on tape. I saw somebody said Kyle Pitts and Kadarius Toney made Kyle Trask a Heisman finalist. And I'll say this, initially I was like, oh, come on, that's a little harsh. Until I was trying to watch Ronnie Perkins, right? So it was the Oklahoma-Florida bowl game. And I was like, oh, cool. I thought Kyle Pitts was playing. Obviously, he didn't play in that bowl game, which is fine. I watched it anyway for the Oklahoma guys. But in the first quarter, Kyle Pitts threw 3 picks. Not Kyle Pitts, Trask. Trask threw 3 picks in the first quarter. I was like, oh, man, he's missing Kyle Pitts big time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I tend to agree that he definitely made Trask look better than he was.
So I will say this. It has been put out there by Tony Pauline that the Falcons are very interested, and I know y'all don't want to hear this, in the other Kyle. Kyle Trask.
Look, 4th or 5th round. Look, we got 3 5th-round picks, okay, as it stands tonight. If you want to use one of them on a Kyle Trask as our backup, fine, I don't care.
But here's the problem, though. Kyle Trask makes it past the second round, though.
I don't think it does either.
Well, look, I'm going to go ahead and call it. I don't want him in a second.
Well, but here's the thing.
I'm just saying.
And I'll be honest with you. Like, while we're talking about it, we're talking about running back, we're talking about edge rusher. If there's a position we may have to overdraft in round 2, it may be quarterback. Because, to be honest with you, we've done the videos. JR, you've done great videos. Toby, you've done great videos on Davis Mills. But do you really want to see Davis Mills as your backup to Matt Ryan, though? Like, honestly.
Look,
here,
I don't care who my backup is to Matt Ryan. Like, I know that sounds stupid. But if we're in a backup situation, we sunk anyway. Like, very rarely do you have a Nick Foles-esque situation that a backup can come in and actually perform well enough. But if we're in a backup situation, we in a bad spot to begin with. Now, Jade Nebergall, she says she wants Trask, and I know her and her husband. They are some Gator fans. Like, she's a Georgia fan, but he's a Gator fan. And so I know they've watched a lot of Trask, and maybe I just happened to watch a bad game. He did have a lot of his pass catchers gone. But, like I said, I don't want Trask in a second. Let me put it to you like
Kyle Trask. Look here. Kyle Trask's first 4 games this past year was unheard of. He was up for the Heisman. He was the front runner. He was one of the first people named to win the Heisman before everything started to go downhill over there. If you go back and watch his first 4 games, this guy was dropping dimes. Now, I'm not saying that he can come in and save a franchise. I don't know that yet. I can't say that. But if I go back and watch his latest film, which he do have over some of the quarterbacks that have been drafted, and I ain't finna name no name, but he was lighting it up across the field in the SEC. Let's not forget that where he was doing that at though. So I'm like you, JR. I wouldn't mind having a Kyle Trask. I don't want him in the second though.
I will say this, like I said before, when y'all gave me Kyle Trask.
Yes, I did. I gave you Kyle Trask just because I know how much you were loving Kyle Pitts.
Yes, and because Kyle Trask knows how to use his weapons and get the ball to him. I mean, you got a guy with 43 touchdowns and 8 interceptions, Doc. That is pretty doggone good. That tells you he knows how to distribute the ball. The other sneaky thing about Kyle Trask is what I liked about Trey Lance, and one of the reasons why I was on the Trey Lance train as far as us taking him if Kyle Pitts if he's there at 4, the QB draws.
Yes.
You see Kyle Trask having a lot of success on them quarterback draws, just like Trey Lance was able to do. And that's another sneaky thing about this 6'5", 240-some pound guy as your quarterback. So this is a guy, man, that I think, and I hear what you're saying, JR, but I think if you connect him back, you already give this guy a weapon that he's already used to. And you're bringing him in here to grow behind Matt Ryan, 6'5", 240 pounds, and can run them QB draws and things like that. This dude, I think, would be a perfect fit for what we want to do.
I got you.
Scheme.
Chargers picked, while we were talking, they picked Rashawn Slater, the other offensive lineman, highly regarded, 6'4", 315, 3-year starter, position versatility, played center and guard. So that's a good pick, protecting their franchise QB in Justin Herbert. So yeah, that's a definitely solid pick for
I like it.
For the freaking Chargers. Boy, my mind went blank there for a second.
The fact that he made it there to 13, man. Wow.
Yeah, all right, so Minnesota's on the clock.
This is getting real interesting now.
It is.
What can
where did they go?
Yeah, man, that's what I'm sitting here thinking. What do they do?
Minnesota.
You got Kirk Cousins got to be on the end of his deal.
Right, they could go anywhere right now.
They could go anywhere. I'm just sitting there trying to
think.
All over the place. You got Dalvin Cook up there. You got was it Justin Jefferson or the wide receiver that they picked last year who went off. So you don't necessarily need a wide receiver.
No.
Well, I mean, you let Kyle Rudolph go, so maybe the other tight end, Pat Fairmouth. I don't know. I don't know if he's everything I've seen says he's more of a second-round guy. So, yeah, so this one's going to be interesting. I'm going to go.
That second and third round going to be juicy
tomorrow,
boy.
Dude, that second and third round is going to be fun tomorrow.
First round, man, I'm salivating already. It ain't even got to tomorrow. I know we still on the night. I mean, just imagine what that second round and third round is setting up right now, just after the first 12 picks.
Now, Jonathan Holder brought that point back up about what Slayer said about Denver and Aaron Rodgers. That may have been a reason why they didn't. They may be closer than we think.
Right.
But you would have figured that anything they would have had to trade would have included this year's first-round pick.
Yeah.
But who knows? With Green Bay already having, was it Love? Ain't that his name?
Yeah, Jordan Love.
Already in the fold. Maybe they weren't necessarily as worried about the pick this year. Maybe they grab a first the next few years. So, yeah, that'll be an interesting deal. Let's see. Oh. I'm gonna have to put Josh Gilham on the payroll, the non-existent payroll.
Josh is ahead of it. You working at ESPN,
he's
Josh?
Doing something. He said the Vikings just traded picks to the Jets, and that's what just come across my screen.
He working for somebody.
He is that now. So what the Jets doing? Why did they didn't pick the quarterback? They going for a weapon for him?
They finna go running back.
Running back.
You think the first running back finna come off the board?
I think the first running back might finna come off.
Oh,
I don't know. They might finna go running back here.
Think Najee Harris or Travis Etienne?
Yeah, one of them two.
Like if you're going running back, obviously it's gonna be Najee Harris or Etienne.
It's gonna be one of them two.
Man, all right. Well, Man, I mean,
Shoot,
they
Josh,
traded.
keep it up. Hey, Jaden.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
what?
Says, what's up,
Hey,
fellas?
Jay.
I'm here. What's going on, Jaden? I'm glad you can make it.
That's man. I told y'all, man. That's what I love tonight. That the
Oh,
fan
yeah,
reaction
yeah.
and how we help each other out tonight
It's been amazing.
It's beautiful.
It's awesome.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It is awesome.
They loving it right now, just like we are.
The Jets
Yep.
traded up from 23 to 14.
Wow. Man, I can't wait to see who they are.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
they out to somebody.
Like that. Yeah, they got it. I think I'm in it with you, Jimbo.
I'm about to say
man.
Ice Cream Man's thinking it's Travis Etienne as well.
I think so, man.
I think you could be right on one of them. Jets jumping
That
over
would be
New
a
England.
great
So
best
Travis
man.
Etienne
That would-
over a Najee Harris. Wow. Yeah,
I mean,
this one be running back. This one smells like running back to me. I'll be honest with you. Like,
Yeah,
just-
it smells
oh,
like
it's in. It's in. Pick is in.
Yeah,
They ain't wasting no time.
good. I'm glad.
Hey, man.
I'd like to wrap this up before midnight. That'd be nice.
Man. Hey, I don't know about all
Yeah,
that.
wishful
man. It's already
thinking,
out
dog.
the 10.
Wishful.
I mean, yeah, I feel you. I feel you. But, man, hey, in the words of Lil Jon, if anybody feel you, I
There
feel
it
you.
is. Daily
I
Life,
don't see us getting.
Shaq,
I don't see-
a.k.a. Mike Lowry, says, Hurst isn't going nowhere. We need weapons because Ryan only has 2 years left,
Oh yeah.
and that's why
It's a year.
we didn't go field.
Nobody going.
No, I'm going to be real interested to see what the combination of Hurst and Pitts looks like this year.
Oh, it's scary.
Like,
It's
that's going
scary.
to be...
What?
Ah,
Let me tell you something.
okay. The Jets, I'm going to... see, Josh just hit me with it. The Jets take a really solid guy. They take the guard tackle, Ajay Vera Tucker, out of
Oh, yeah.
USC. So they're trying to protect Zach Wilson. Good, because they didn't. They didn't freaking protect Sam Darnold. Mr. Seeing Ghost. Who called him that?
I seeing ghosts, man.
Y'all better not let Najee Harris get anywhere close in the vicinity of the Atlanta Falcons 35th
Oh, come
pick.
on.
I'm telling you.
Telling you.
Don't do it.
Jonathan
Don't
Holder
do it. Tell you.
just tweeted
You
us.
mess around and do that and give Matt Ryan, Najee Harris, and Kyle Pitts. Oh my God.
Jonathan Holder just says from Tom Perlesco, talking about Pitts, says he's a rare weapon is new Falcons tight end Kyle Pitts, who just went number 4 overall. One GM summed it up this way: I'm usually against drafting tight ends that high, but that MFer's a BA. That's one way to put it.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, when I tweeted it out some months ago, I said that when his tight end coach said all teams called about Kyle Pitts. I said this stuff earlier on.
Oh, you was right on it.
And all of them called about Kyle Pitts. If they could have gotten Kyle Pitts, they would have definitely gotten him. And then when the report came out today, thanks for Jazzy Jeff putting that out there, Adam Schefter said the GMs view Kyle Pitts as possibly the best player in this draft.
That's right. Yep. Period. Point blank. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to let y'all hold it down for a second. I got to step away. So I'm going to mute myself.
Hey, man,
I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm just so excited to see what we do from here on out. This BPA thing, I can get used to this. Because
and Toby, I think the BPA thing is something we need to ride all the way off to the sunset because Toby, we look at the Matt Gano second round tender, that tells a lot,
Yeah, it does.
We look at, potentially, banging the gavel for a left guard, and it's like, I mean, if you put a second round tender on a guy, that might be our left guard. And to be honest with you, I remember I always go back to the beginning of our, I call it discourse when we talked about you were like, yeah, Matt Gano is gonna be our left guard, and I was like, Toby, that's a smoke screen. Toby, Matt Gano is a guy that comes in there, plays 3 games, looks decent, he goes and sits on the bench. But to be honest with you, I think in a year like this, with the familiarity, with Matt Ryan trusting a guy like this to put a second round tender on a guy like this, I do think that, again, second round, it will get interesting because watching a guy like Vera Tucker go now makes me think that, man, I really hope there's not a run on edge rushers by the time we get to 35. I really think one of those high-profile edge rushers may be there at 35, running back, those guys. Whoever I said, like I said, Toby D, maybe I'm alone. I think the second round is where this draft really starts. Kyle Pitts, yep, perfect, great. I think he will be amazing. But that second round pick is really going to determine, the ups and downs of, where we go in this draft, man. Like, it's not even close.
The way this draft is going right now, we're sitting in a great position, fellas. I mean, the way it's going, the first 14 picks, I think we've only taken one defensive player, Michael Parsons, in the first 14 picks.
Well, unless you're including the cornerbacks that went early.
Well, yeah, the cornerbacks. I'm talking about the cornerbacks, so that's 3.
Okay.
But you took 2 secondary guys and one in the front 7. Right now, we still haven't taken serious pass rushers yet.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Like, I will be honest with you. My eyes on Jalen Phillips. I'm curious where he's going because that's a guy that I really like out of Miami, man. And he was another guy that I talked about on one of the shows. And I'm telling you right now, if we get our hands, I know everybody talking about OG's Ojulari. Now that's my son's guy too, because they went to school together and stuff like that or whatever. Mm-hmm. But I'm telling you right now, I'm looking at the Jalen Phillips. I want to see where he goes.
Yeah.
All right. Patriots selected Mac Jones with the number 15 pick.
Yeah. There you go.
So there you go.
That's the perfect
5 quarterbacks in the first 15 picks.
You got it, Jay.
I can't believe you know what? That's a good pick for them. Yeah. I think that situation where he can sit behind Cam Newton, grow.
Yep.
Mac Jones, he's not it's not out of the realm of possibilities for him to sit on the bench. He did it at Alabama. I think that he's a good guy to sit behind these guys, learn from Belichick, and be a really good.
He's a Patriot player. Like
right. He's a Patriot player, and this could get them back over the hump having a guy like him.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially after what they did in free agency, signing everybody. Yeah. So it's going to be. Yeah, I think as much as I hate to say it for the Patriots, that's a good pick for them.
Yeah, that is for them. Yeah, that is.
Especially like you said, JR free agent, they signed everybody. Yeah. Every good one that was out there, they got them. So
they signed them all.
So they got them weapons, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I think with a pick like that, I don't see Mac Jones sitting on the bench for a year.
No,
I really don't.
Especially if I hate to say it like this, especially if Cam Newton comes out looking like he did last year.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I know, weird off season, he got COVID, all that other stuff.
Yeah.
But if he comes out and plays like that, Belichick he's not going to gamble on that again.
No, yeah, they've invested a lot of money too.
So,
yeah.
But I think so. We're at the 15th pick. They just picked. 15. So we almost halfway through.
Almost through there.
Yeah.
Almost halfway through, and we're at 10-14. They started moving along okay there.
Yeah.
The first few picks, boy.
Get out of here probably about 11:30. About 11:30.
That's right.
But hey, either way it go, if the Falcons mess around and jump back up in the first round and see somebody up in there, because you don't necessarily have to give up right now picks. We've seen teams give up future picks.
Right.
Yeah.
You could give up future picks, or you could potentially. Now I don't know exactly how it works in legal terms, but you could still package Julio Jones, especially if you. I think that you can designate it a June 1 trade.
You're going to have to.
Like I think that's how you would have to designate it. So it may not become official until June 1. But like say you want there are reports, and it was a team I've been talking about the whole time. There are reports that Baltimore was calling, and they got an extra first round from Kansas City.
Yep, they do.
So,
and remember I told you Ozzie Newsome was on the show on Shannon Sharp show. And they was talking about Julio Jones. Right. And so it'll be interesting to see. And they love their veteran wide receivers. Anquan Bolden. They had him.
Smitty.
And Crabtree.
Mhm.
Yep. And Smith. So, and they've had some success with them guys.
That's it.
Julio will be an upgrade, all of them.
Oh, for sure. And
And I'm not advocating for Julio to go. I don't want people to misconstrue
again,
that. I'm not doing any of that.
Said
all I'm
that
saying
from word go. I've been saying it the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't want Julio going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going to have to figure out how to get this draft class signed, but they'll get that figured out. I mean, I hope it doesn't involve Julio, but if it does, it does in that aspect.
Yeah.
But needless to say, like, Baltimore tried all offseason to get, you know, a big-time wide receiver. Every one of them was like, nah, I'm good. I'll go back to where I was or what have you. So, with that being said, they signed Sammy Watkins, but, I mean, come on. Julio Jones way better than Sammy Watkins.
Right.
So, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying it's something that could happen.
Right.
Mark Stallworth said Julio is a mid-season trade when the Falcons are playing 500 ball and Julio's healthy. It could very well be like a Mohamed Sanu type situation.
No question.
Especially if Kyle Pitts comes in and comes on quick.
He balling. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. Look, I don't have a lot of money.
No, come on.
But whatever I do have, I'm telling you right now, Kyle Pitts is gonna ball day one.
It is
getting in there. I'm telling you right now, this dude is a smart player. When you watch this guy, he's not just a tight end. And I tell people this all the time. When you watch how he plays against cornerbacks, when you got a guy that big running rocket steps, he already knows all the tricks of wide receiver. Hand come back, okay? He already knows all of this stuff. The dude is running. I tell you a situation. He set dude up one time in one game on the same game. Okay, made it look like he was going inside on a slant route and didn't. Went to the outside. The second time, the dude was expecting him to run to the outside and fooled him and ran a slant on the inside and caught the touchdown pass. I'm telling you, when you got guys that smart and can understand what's in front of them and who they're competing against, you have to take a player like that.
Right.
That's a smart wide receiver. Okay.
And also keep in mind, where did Arthur Smith make his bones? Tight end coach.
Tight end. That's it.
So I mean, you know,
it was almost like a perfect relationship.
You got Arthur Smith, who made his bones as a tight ends coach, in a draft that has arguably the best tight end that's come out since Tony Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
So
no brainer.
Yeah, I mean match made in heaven.
Yep.
Mike, you were very quiet over there. Did you freeze up? Oh, there you go.
No, my thing is like right now, I'm really looking at like the way the league is shaping up, right? You look at a Mac Jones, okay, officially an Eagle. You look at Justin Fields, officially a Chicago Bear. I'll be honest with you, I can't speak about other teams, but I'm really, the more quiet I am, the more I think about the possibility of Kyle Pitts in the Atlanta Falcons uniform and the possibilities with an Arthur Smith, with a Mike Davis, with a Calvin Ridley, with you know what I mean, with a Cordero Patterson, with a lot of the weapons that we have, and I really think that, if this is a team that buys into Arthur Smith really quickly, I think this is a team that can be a lot better than people really realize. Like I said, we always talk about the defense, and we talk about the Deion Jones and the Kendall Sheffield and Moreau and all of that kind of stuff, but it's like, I almost have to be quiet because it's almost like, okay, we've spent so much time, as much as we talk about other players, other teams, other scenarios, we spent so much time really like mocking Kyle Pitts to, this Atlanta Falcons team, and he's actually here now. So I think for me, I'm really more so from the standpoint of we've given Matt Ryan every possible opportunity to this point to go out and finish his career as a Falcon on a high note. Now, what I'll be interested to see is over the next couple of rounds, because I think for me, rounds 2 through 4 will really tell the story of this team. Because us having a Kyle Pitts in hand, I really feel like this team can be really good and competitive next year. But those next 3 picks are just going to be critical. Like I said,
Oh, yeah.
those guys, it's just like, man, this is the reality. For as much as we talk about these other guys, this is a Dirty Bird Nation channel. You know what I mean? This is a pound for pound. This is a black and red channel. So I know I'm almost like taking myself in the mindset of a lot of the fans. Like, this guy's here. A freak of nature is here. This guy's actually an Atlanta Falcon. We don't have to do anything else but sign this guy, and it's time to work.
It's time to go to work.
Hassan Reddick has just been replaced
in
Arizona
Jimmy,
by Zayvon Collins.
Jimmy, your boy done got picked up by Arizona.
Yep.
Zayvon Collins.
Oh man, I was crossing my fingers for 35. I wasn't gonna bring it up yet.
Carolina in free agency signed Hassan Reddick, and now this is his replacement, and a much bigger guy.
Much bigger guy than Hassan Reddick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be nasty over there with J.J. Watt and all them. That's a good pick.
Simmons.
That's a great pick.
I didn't expect to see him go until the second round. So,
man,
that's a real good pick.
I didn't know. I didn't think he was gonna drop this, but I thought he was gonna be this. I didn't know if he was gonna make it to the second round. The guy got first round talent, man. He's really good. I mean, hey, good for Arizona.
Yeah, that's a good pick for Arizona. And their defensive coordinator over there.
Yeah.
I believe the ex-Broncos head coach.
Yep. That's
defensive coordinator over there. And so that's a real good pick for him. Yeah.
Man.
But this thing, boy, it's getting juicy now, boy. I'm telling you right now, this is getting real juicy to see how these pieces are falling right now.
Let's see.
And, looking at these teams that we're going to have to face and what they're doing right now, I'm telling you right now, man, I feel so good about Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot, man. I think these guys, I said this before, schemes, man, understanding, first of all, where the NFL is today and being able to get the right player to fit in the schemes that are run in the NFL right now. You know what I'm saying? You have to know what's going on in the NFL. And you're seeing what New England did over there with Janu Smith and Hunter Henry. Yeah. And they went after their 2 tight end sets. A lot of teams are going to be going back to this 12 personnel a lot more. And you're seeing that's exactly what's happening. And the fact that we're finally with the times.
Oh, yeah.
I can't be more stoked about that tonight, man, guys. I'm just feeling so good right now. I can't wait to see these other picks unfold for the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, that no huddle is gonna be beautiful. Man.
It's gonna be fun to watch. Now, Tack McKinley, which I'm assuming is just the screen name. I'm pretty sure it isn't the Tack McKinley. He says, imagine Kyle Pitts on the outside and Julio in the slot. Dude.
Oh my goodness.
He said just send Julio deep and let Kyle Pitts go underneath.
So what you gonna do? Ridley? My question: do it Ridley? What Hayden Hurst gonna run? I love it. These are good problems.
That's it. They're great problems to have.
That can't be the real
great problems to have. Now, let's see here. Had a guy last night, Charlton Nash. He hit me up last night, right? He said, I believe the 49ers go Lance. The Falcons, he said he thought the Falcons would take Fields. Mm-hmm. And he said, if not, the Falcons may trade down with the Broncos. So he got the 49ers part right.
He did.
And he asked me if I would mention his take, and I just remembered to mention it. So probably would have been better to mention it up top, but that's okay. He got part of it right. He was with you, Toby. He thought the 49ers would go with Lance, and that's exactly what transpired. So, Anonymous says,
I will say this again. If Trey Lance is there at 4, I have no doubt in my heart the Falcons are pulling the trigger.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm I don't know if I'm 100% with you per se, but I will say this. That's the quarterback I felt like if they were going to take one, that fit the situation. Yeah, that's the quarterback that would have best suited to sit behind Matt Ryan for a couple of years. And, when they, reworked Matt Ryan's contract, that told me that they weren't necessarily looking to walk away from him anytime soon. So if you were going to draft a quarterback, if you felt like that was the best player to take, then that player was going to be a Trey Lance, who, like I said, was best suited to sit for, a year or two. And that's why I feel like you were saying before, why San Francisco had to jump us. That's what made the most sense. The Mac Jones thing, I don't know why they felt like they had to smoke screen it like they did. Like,
yeah.
Well, they got to throw it off. But I'm just gonna tell you right now about Trey Lance. Trey Lance checks out all the boxes. If we were to draft Trey Lance tonight and it wasn't Kyle, he's selling jerseys right off the rip. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Number two, he wasn't just gonna be sitting because, like I told people before, Tyson Hill is what his role was going to be in his first year. You're going to see those quarterback draws. You're going to see those throws really because we had a guy named Mohamed Sanu. And I think that role he was going to fit in. That's what prompted the New Orleans Saints to have someone like a Tyson Hill because of what we did with Mohamed Sanu when Kyle Shanahan was here. And that's what prompted them to go out and get a guy like him. And so if Trey Lance comes here, he's going to be running some stuff if he had a package. Because he would have had a package with the Atlanta Falcons because they were going to use him in, I feel like, a similar role. But I knew that the 49ers was going to get him. Like I said, I still don't have proof of that. But I felt like that's why the 49ers jumped us. They had some kind of inside intel after they did them talks with the Atlanta Falcons about that 4th overall pick. They felt like that was who the Falcons were going to go after if it was a guy that they wanted. And just like you said, Jimbo, once again, Kyle Shanahan does his thing, and he jumps us to stick it to us every chance he gets.
Every chance he gets, that's just weird to me. But
here's that offensive lineman run. Who was that? Alex Leatherwood just got taken by the Raiders.
Leatherwood.
Yep, just got taken.
They got rid of a handful of their linemen. Over the offseason, so they bring in another lineman to help protect Derek Carr. So everybody's calling it's the one shocking name that it says the Raiders come in drafting an offensive tackle. Would hope the offensive tackle would fall to them, number 17. Alex Leatherwood, a surprise is an understatement. So.
I bet.
Well, y'all know how the Raiders do.
Mike Mayock over there.
They feel they swear up and down they the best scouts in the world. Boy, they're gonna take somebody. Yeah, dog, we're gonna be right on this player right here. Y'all don't know nothing about this, but that player don't turn out to always be as good as they draft him to be. But anyway,
they don't offloaded half of their draft class. The first draft class they had, they don't offloaded already.
Yeah.
The Keys, the Hudsons, and all those. They know that goes.
Let's see.
ATL GA Faithful, how you doing,
glad to have you in here tonight.
Good to see you in here.
Let's see. Trying to see if there's any Tack. Our foe Tack McKinley was asking, will Javonte Williams slide to the second round? There's a real good possibility. I mean,
I think he will. I think to be honest with you, without having a Harris right now being drafted, I think that a Javonte Williams could fall there. I think a Michael Carter, like you said, the Kenneth Gainwells, those guys, I think those are going to be running backs that, to be honest with you, the way the draft is setting up right now, I'm really starting to feel a lot more comfortable about the second round in terms of the type of player that we might be able to get. Now, I would like to, if I'm honest, if we end the first round, I would like to see Jalen Phillips not get drafted because the longer he stays on the board, if we were able to get a guy, I will be ecstatic.
I got you. Yeah, no doubt. Look, as far as the second round goes, obviously BPA, right? That's the new motto that we all have to get used to. Is BPA.
Yes, sir.
But I'm really gunning for either a safety or a running back. Like, I don't think you don't need either with Deron Harmon, with Mike Davis, with Eric Harris. You don't need any of them, but that's what I'm looking for is either a running back or a safety.
Right.
Grady Reed says we can get a running back in the third. Let's get an impact guy early in the second. No, you're right. You're 100% right. But there are a few running backs that I think are a cut above the rest, and that's a Najee Harris.
Yeah, BPA.
Well, and here's another thing, JR. I'll say this. Like, if we're going to explode, let's just go ahead and explode. Because to me, when I'm talking about pure octane, gasoline explosion, give me a Javonte Williams and a Kyle Pitts.
Y'all, excuse me. I'm sorry. Jalen Phillips just went to the Miami Dolphins.
It seems like we got to stop bringing up names.
They're listening to us.
Every time we say something, they go off the board. So we probably need to back off of that a little bit.
Hey. Well, I'm sorry, Big Mike. I'm sorry, man. Hey, man.
Boy, tell me the name drops. No more name drops. So we would like good running backs in the second round.
Good running backs or good safeties or a good edge rusher.
I really believe some people be watching this show. I really do believe that. They just don't say nothing, but I do say anything. Man, Jaden, good guy. Somebody said he had concussion protocols. That was in UCLA.
That was early on.
Yeah, he got over to the ACC. He performed. A guy opted out. He got his chance. He stepped up. Hey, he got like JR like to say, he got better and better every year. And that's what you want
in a college player. I want to see a college player that continuously gets better.
And here's another thing. I think why I'm glad that Jalen Phillips went to the Miami Dolphins. I think that he was a guy that played last year. Now, here's the thing. I'm not the type of person to knock a guy for not playing during a COVID season, but I think he made himself more money by going to Miami. Transferring from LA, going to Miami, putting himself in there, showing that he was a dog, showing that he loved football, coming into a conference that he knew nothing about and dominating. I think that those type of players will come to the NFL, work, and I mean, I can't really think of a better fit for the guy. I mean, he played in Miami. He played for the Hurricanes last year. So it's only a short drive over to Fort Lauderdale. Yeah.
And then both guys, Gregory Rousseau and him, share the number 15.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
They got a 15, just not Gregory Rousseau because he opted out. But anyway, I'm sure Jalen Phillips is thanking Gregory Rousseau right now because he's gone before Jalen. He's gone before Gregory.
ATL Faithful says, what about a corner, JR? We need another on the other side of AJ. Like, look, I'll take a corner in the second round, but I also, like I said before, I really like what Trevon Moehrig does as far as sir.
JR. Why you mention his name, man? I know he's gonna probably go right here to the Washington football team, man.
They don't need that, right? They don't need. They need a QB. Who else can they? We can give them Kyle Trask. They can Kellen Mond or something like that.
That'll be hot.
David Mills.
We'll name drop them.
You know what, Jim? But Jimbo, that's a great point though, because for as much as we think a Davis Mills might go to the 4th round, 5th round, who is to say, man, there's not an additional run on quarterbacks? Because you're right. Washington. If you think about if you're a Washington Redskin right now, what do you need more than anything? Oh my God. You need one of those guys. Those
you got
5
what?
guys that
Fitzmagic, who can't stay on a team more than about a half a season?
Yeah. Because it looks weird. It looks different now when you got a Kellen Mond potentially coming in as a Washington Redskins quarterback, maybe in the 1st round. For as much as we might these guys to the 3rd round, 4th round, just by the sheer nature of quarterback, because the gap is so wide. Because I'll be honest with you, it gets really, the anxiety gets really high once we move past Davis Mills. Davis Mills is like, okay, we'll handle him. But man, that drop off, I mean, do you really want Felipe?
I'm good on Felipe Franks. I'm good on Sam Bouchel.
Oh, you good on your boy too, JR? What is name?
Sam Bouchel.
Sam.
Yeah.
Ellinger. That's right. I was thinking of the SMU guy.
That's JR.
No, Ellinger. Yeah, y'all can keep him too. Ellinger is another Tyson Hill. That's what Ellinger is.
Hey, what's your boy over there at Appalachian State? I like him. I watched some tape on.
Okay.
Gene
Thomas.
Zach Thomas.
Hey, Jay Holland just tipped us $2.99. What's up, guys? Kyle Pitts got something blank. Okay, good deal. I'm assuming that you were happy about the Pitts pick.
Hey, listen, man. People are angry. Listen, we so happy about Kyle Pitts, we angry about it. It's like, no, Kyle Pitts is a Falcon. We need to start being more defensive about it, guy. Instead of hyping him up, communicating his.
I'll say this. I will say this. You know, I've got Twitter open on one of my other screens here to kind of keep up with all this stuff, and I was actually expecting to see Twitter blow up more than it has.
It ain't
blowing up at all, really.
That's because their mind has been prepped to realize it was going to be Kyle Pitts.
Hold on. PB Bless says, "Call me corny, but Miami seems to have a thing for Jalen's or Jalen. Get it? Jalen's? I don't know. I don't get what you're saying here, so I will call you corny, since you said call me corny."
Yeah, I think I'm finding that part too corny.
Floyd down, he says,
"Oh, Jalen Waddle.
Okay, that's what it is. Good job. Thank you, Jimmy.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate that, Jimbo.
Floyd Donnelly says,
Thank you very much.
Those defenses haven't seen anything like that dude, talking about Kyle Pitts. That's going to be, I hope it comes out, you know. Let's see.
Yeah.
Archangel says, some Falcons may change their minds on how they feel once they see Pitts play. I think there's a very, very big sect that's not going to be happy until, Matt Ryan is in the wind. And so they're probably just grumbling to themselves, which is fine. The linebacker out of Kentucky, Jamin Davis. Mm-hmm. He's another guy who skyrocketed up, up the draft board.
He was a name that Tony Pauline had mentioned about him possibly jumping up like that. And now we see that's where he went.
Let's see
right here.
Some info on him.
To be honest with you, man, I'll be honest with you real quick on Jamin Davis. He is a new school linebacker. I think that he's probably the closest thing to Deion Jones out of this draft. And one thing about this guy is that what I notice about him is if he touches his hands on the ball and it's a goal line and he picks it off, he might be the guy to go 97 yards.
6'2", 235. We got 3 pass breakups, 5 interceptions, to your point about the 2.5 sacks and 5.5 tackles for loss. He's projected to be an inside linebacker. Very much sounds like Deion Jones. Very good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good comp there.
Just a missile. I think, like I said, he's a missile. I think he'll be productive. He's a good linebacker. I think that, I don't like to compare guys like that because, everybody's kind of got their own skill set. But if you really want to look at who he plays like, he really plays like I say a Patrick Willis type role. People say when you say Patrick Willis, that's big praise. But I think when you're an SEC linebacker for a school like Kentucky and you're a star, man, let me tell you something. You're a star. Like, that means you get everybody lined up. Everybody rallies around you. You are the guy at a Kentucky, right? I think that, you look at a guy like Josh Allen from not the guy from the Bills, but the guy from the Jaguars, the pass rusher out of Kentucky. I think,
Josh Allen.
There you go. Josh Allen. Decent guy. Like I said, I think he'll come in, play well. But again, he's going to need to be coached up a little bit because he's played for a team in the SEC that's lost a lot of games. So I think with good coaching, not a bad pick. I be honest with you, I think he's a guy I've watched. I would have liked the Falcons grab a guy like that in the second round, but first round pick, pretty fair.
Jalen Hollins hit us with another $2. It says Kyle Pitts fire. JD hit me with a $3 word. Oh shoot, okay. I'm gonna hit you with a $3 word. How about
get him, JR.
I'm glad that. Would you consider procrastinate a $3 word? Probably not a $3 word. I really am. I'm a hit with the old faithful, the pontificate. I'm very glad that we're having a good time pontificating tonight on what the Falcons have done and what they are going to do as far as the Falcons faithful that have decided to join us tonight. There you go.
I'll take that. I'll take it, JR.
Let's see. Somebody had something up here. Okay. Slim Kid said, we won the draft, period. If Greg Russo slips to the second round and we get him, we've won the draft, period. Fans who don't like to pick, get with it or stay on your period. Oh, Lord. What's up, Falcons? Man. What's going on, guys? Says, what's up, fellas? Just finished our live stream. How about that Kyle Pitts? Oh, yeah, we loving it, man. We glad y'all decided to stop in and say hello.
Hello.
Let's see, Tack McKinley says, Kyle Pitts is going to keep our awful defense off the field. Hey, I guess they can't mess you up if they don't get on the field, right? Let's see. Right. Archangel, he says, I am funny. Thank you very much. We try hard. Jay Holland tips us another $1.99. He says, you know what rhymes with armpit? Kyle Pitts. Let's go. All right, now that's corny. All right, Jay. I appreciate you. But yeah, Jay. And I like it. I got nothing against the corniness. I love it. I absolutely love it. Let's see. Man, we are bumping up on hour 3. Y'all believe that, guys?
Hour 3. Man, we rocking and rolling.
It don't even feel like it. It doesn't even feel like it.
No, it is. It's been a lot of fun. It has been real good. Much better this year around. I like talking with y'all versus talking to myself. That's much appreciated.
Hey, man.
Yeah, hey. Like this, JR. You know, to be honest with you, you got a lot of fans that are probably nostalgic. They're probably listening to us really numb right now. And guess what? To you numb. Let me talk to y'all real quick. If you're numb, you're nostalgic, enjoy your night. You know, enjoy it. We'll have down the road where we talk about what could happen, what may not happen. But tonight, this was about finishing. You know what? You know what tonight was about? Tonight was a dating night. It was that girl that you always talk about. I'm gonna date that girl over there. You always talk about it. Everybody like, you know what? We hope he gets that girl, right? You know, your friends. You know, we all buddies. Man, I hope he gets that girl. And man, he walked over there, got the girl, and she was like, "What took you so long?" And they became a pair. And it's like, you know what? When you see stuff like that, it just warms your heart. The fact that we talked about Kyle Pitts for so long, like I said, I go back to the draft house. I'm telling you, to me, this is a shout out to my boy Jimbo Slice. We talked about this in Draft House 1.0. We talked about, hey, look, we see the way the Falcons, and to be honest with you, the reason why I'm so proud of that video is the Falcons were still in their season last year, and we were like, you know what we're missing? We're missing the Kyle Pitts. We're missing the guy that's a mismatch. Don't get me wrong. Hayden Hurst, he's wide open. It was great to see Hayden Hurst be wide open as a tight end.
Yeah.
Every now and then, you know? But I think that the fact that Dirk Cutter is gone.
Why are you bringing the mood down?
Let's talk about it.
And that's one name that JR cannot say.
No.
And you know that.
I'll say, why are you bringing the mood down like that? Got to bring up the man that shall not be named.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
Y'all know how stoked Matt Ryan is right now.
I just what I was about to say. I cannot wait.
Matt Ryan is sitting over there playing with the twins. Probably had to keep him throwing them up in the ceiling because he's so excited about this pick.
Let's see. Archangel says, way past my bedtime. I have to wake up very early at 4. And he's still up. Man, I really must love this game. Hey, look, Archangel, I'm right there with you. I should have been in bed about an hour ago.
Archangel, real quick, I want you to think about this. First of all, salute to you, because like I said, you the greatest part of Dirty Bird Nation. You got to get up, listen to us pontificate all night. You got to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, handle your business. All I tell you is this, look, whatever job you do for a living, I'll tell you this. When you wake up tomorrow, just think about this. You got a guy that's 6'6", 245 pounds around. When you wake up tomorrow, and trust me, pinch yourself because you're not dreaming. He is an Atlanta
the Giants.
He got the 83-inch wingspan.
The Giants just picked another Florida guy. They picked Kadarius Toney out of.
Oh, that's
so the other guy that was making Kyle Trask look like a Heisman candidate.
Yep.
So got Daniel Jones a weapon up there.
Yeah, if they couldn't get Waddle, they was gonna get Tony. So they got one of their guys.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Jimbo, we got to talk about this guy. This is a guy we watched a lot in the SEC. I think, like I said, he's dynamic in and out of his breaks. I think he'll be good for the Giants. I think the only problem a guy like a Kadarius Toney is, you know what, good for them. He's not a guy that's gonna change their franchise. Good player, but again, they still don't have a receiver one. I think he's a receiver two.
Well, you got Evan Ingram up there as well, who
yeah.
And so you got that, and if Saquon Barkley comes back, to form, that would be a.
They signed a buddy from the Detroit Lions too, Galladay.
Galladay.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so that fit Galladay right there. Galladay, you one, Tony, you two. They can run speed option with him. They can run everything with Tony. So that's a good pick.
Jonathan Holder says he is out. He said he enjoyed watching all the last couple hours. Here's maybe the Birds getting back in the first round, and I'll find out tomorrow. Good show, guys. Thank you, Jonathan.
Hey, man. With us.
He said,
appreciate it, Jonathan.
For all y'all, it might be a little favoritism because I'm the one that's reading chat mostly. But Jonathan Holder, anytime he pops in, I have to let y'all know that he's the one that y'all can blame him for me being here because he's the one that got me watching the Falcons. So if y'all want to blame anybody, you can blame Jonathan Holder for.
Hey, so wait a minute. We thanking him.
Yeah, appreciate it.
He's the one that got me watching the Falcons way back when.
Sir. Hey, let me ask you this: before Jonathan Holder goes to bed, was he the one that? Have y'all talked about Dirk Cutter? Have you talked to Jonathan Holder one-on-one?
He knows my feelings about the man that shall not be named. Okay, he knows my feelings.
There you go, Jay. Good job, Jay. Y'all stick till you going. Don't say his name.
He knows that I personally would drive that man back to Boise in the back of my pickup truck. Notice I said in the back of my pickup truck. He can't ride up there with me, but I'll take him to Boise. I'll even pay for the gas.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yep. Hey, man. So, look, one more thing, JR, and I'm going to be quiet. Atlanta, Georgia faithful. He said, can each one of y'all say who y'all want at 35? JR, I was about to blurb it out. I'm not going to say anything.
No.
We can do it. Say right now.
Look, at 35, and we'll preface it by saying if he's there, okay? At 35, I would be ecstatic to get Trevon Moehrig. I know we need another corner help, but you talk about a lockdown safety, which is weird to say. So I really like Trevon Moehrig. I like the length of him. I like his covering skills. I like the versatility that he brings to the table. So that's the guy, if he is there, if he makes it out of the first round, which I don't think he will. I mean, he's the best safety out there. And, so if he makes it out of the first round, that's who I'm gunning for. So I'll let y'all.
Yeah. All right. Who's next? What you got?
I can go. Now, I kind of was on safety, and I was kind of going to go with Richie Grant, but I want to get into that running back room. If Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, preferably Etienne for me, if he's there, you got to pull the trigger on that. That's a no-brainer for me, and that's who I want. I want Travis Etienne. Toby?
I'm on that same train with you, Jimbo. Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. I'll be honest with you. I see AJ Terrell's perfect pairing partner, and he's falling right into our hands. And I hope I don't overtalk this because as soon as I talk about him, he'll get drafted. Yeah. But Eric from UGA, cornerback, 4'3", with an AJ Terrell from a speed standpoint, you let Dean Pease coach this guy because he got all those intangibles. Because here's the thing: a lot of players, you hope they have the intangibles that you speak about. You hope a coach can coach them up. But let me tell you what Eric Stokes got. He's got that thing that you can't really coach, which is speed. And my gosh, ask Jalen Waddle, ask Devontae Smith, who was the toughest cornerback that they faced in the SEC.
Yeah.
And we'll tell you that it's in Eric Stokes because those are fast, speedy guys that can burn the top off of any defense. I think Eric Stokes being able to go toe for toe with guys like that will serve us well, not only in the NFC South, but I do think that solidifies our cornerback situation. I still second round there left on the table that can solidify our cornerback situation. And when we solidify our safety and cornerback situation, then we can have a different conversation. Edge rusher, we always have an edge rusher problem.
He
But
said
give
we
me a
always have
cornerback.
edge rusher.
Give me,
Yeah.
I mean, come on, you ain't got faith in Brandon Copeland? No? Okay. Me either.
you know what? Put it to you like this. We don't get an edge rusher. Steven Means, with all that anger, is going to
be him and Dante Fowler. I just keep going back to Dean Pease made Paul Kruger look like something.
He did, man. But you know what? I have a hard time remembering that Dante Fowler is
still
on the team.
No disrespect to Dante Fowler, but I can't forget this guy is on the team.
How can we forget one of the highest paid defensive players on the roster is still on the team?
Well, you know, I mean,
boy. To be honest with you, y'all want to know what our next shirt is going to be? It's not going to be a pound-for-pound shirt. It's going to be a milk carton with Dante Fowler. I've been on that since we talked about it.
He gonna have something to prove, and when Pease get his hands on him, we're gonna see Dante Fowler. I think he's gonna be different.
I think so.
He's gonna handle it. I think he's gonna handle that.
Like as much as we talking crap about Dante Fowler, I do think that he was, he had some injury issues last year, and then regardless of what it is, Dan Quinn getting fired probably also messed him up too, because he was very excited about coming back and playing for Dan Quinn. And so, you know, I'm not like making excuses. You still got to perform. You're still getting paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know, but I think, you know, the way Dean Pease deploys his guys, I think it'll be a good deal for him.
One more thing, JR. I apologize. But Tom Snow, the Afitu Melawanfu from Syracuse, another guy. Again, I put it to you like this. You know what we need in our secondary? We need
sniper rifle.
We need corners that are not scared of that are not scared of combat, and I mean not scared of combat, but not Robert Alford. Robert Alford wasn't scared of combat, but he also wasn't scared of the pass interference penalties. So I think, to be honest with you, what I would like to see, Tom Snow, you got it. Afitu Melawanfu, I want to see bigger corners to pair with an AJ Terrell. Because, to be honest with you, give me another big corner who can cover, and I'm comfortable. You know why? Because we got a Sheffield in the slot. We got a Moreau potentially in the slot. We got a Isaiah Oliver. I like those guys on the inside. But my outside guys, they got to be guys I don't worry about.
Quiddy Page just got selected by the Colts. 6'4", 277, 11.5 career sacks, 23.5 career tackles for loss. He was a guy early in the draft process that was getting mocked to Atlanta at 4. And then as the draft process wore on, it became pretty apparent that none of the defensive guys were really worth that 4th pick.
Right.
But he's a guy that I think is he's not necessarily gonna pop like on the stat sheet, so to speak. I think he's gonna be more of a edge setter. But I think he was a guy I was interested in. Not at 4, but he was one of those guys that if we had traded back, that I would have been good with taking. So him landing at 21 to the Colts, that's a good spot for him.
That's great.
That's good. That's a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
So, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but he was one of the guys that I.
No, that's what it's all about too. We got to make sure we stay on that.
You know,
that's not bad, Pete.
Hey, and to be honest with you, when you look at Quiddy Pay, there's not a lot of edge rushers in this draft. If you're able to get an edge rusher who can come in and play, you've struck gold, period. There's not a lot of edge rushers that we can look at and say, hey, this guy can come in, play against the run, play against the pass, set the edge, and still be effective. I think, honestly, for the Colts, a team that doesn't necessarily need a whole lot, I think he'll come in and be, like I said, I'm looking at the comparison of Brandon Graham, and when you look at his tape, I think that's pretty spot on.
Yeah, he's gonna do his job. That's one thing about Quiddy Pay. He's gonna do his specific job.
That much is for sure. Yeah. And I had an interesting, like you always get some interesting stories. He was apparently born in a refugee camp in Guinea.
Oh yeah,
that's cool that he was able to make it out of there and make something of his life. That's awesome to hear.
Yep.
That is awesome to see. Let's see. Ryan Chillis just asked Josh, the guy who's been letting me know who's picking. He just asked him if he can get the lottery numbers. Josh, you got to give me the lottery numbers, dog. Ryan trying to hawk.
I'm telling you, this Josh guy work for somebody.
Look, he needs to come off them lottery numbers.
Hey, Josh, I love it, Josh. You on fire.
Yeah, he getting them picks in.
Josh, you gonna come back tomorrow? Because we'll pencil you in if you're gonna come back tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we're gonna have a guest on with us. I don't know how many of y'all have run across Adam Holloway on Twitter. He goes by Ademski or Damski 32. He'll be joining us tomorrow. He has a podcast. It's Atlanta On Air, where he talks. They talk about the Falcons as well. He's got a lot of real good knowledge. I've had some talks with him, over the off season, and so he's going to join us tomorrow to talk about rounds 2 and 3. And so hopefully y'all will join us as well.
I'll tell you, I'm not going to name any names right now until we get close to the end, but if any of those players are there tomorrow when he comes on the show, I'm definitely going to.
Oh yeah, he's got some real good defensive knowledge. Yeah. Like he's the one that turned me on to Ronnie Perkins, from Oklahoma. Yep. So like I'm really looking forward to talking to him, especially about the defensive guys going forward as we get into round 2 and 3. That should be a fun conversation to have tomorrow.
And one thing about Adam, he loves his Atlanta Falcons just like we do. He's passionate about his team, so don't get it misconstrued with him. He loves his team, and I love that about him, that he loves that Atlanta Falcons. Die-hard Atlanta Falcons fan right now.
What I like about Adam is he is not a think tank kind of guy. He has his own opinion. And that's the part that I enjoy about Adam is he has his own opinion, but he isn't a jerk about it like some people are. So it should go well. If Toby gets too fired up, I'll just mute him. It'll be all right. No, I'm just kidding.
I love Toby fired up like this. It's our team. It's our team, baby.
It's about the team. Like I said before, I got the guy that I wanted.
Right.
But I'm about.
We about the team all day long.
No matter who you drafted, you know what I'm saying, and it doesn't matter about that. I'm not a jerk about that stuff, but I love the people that allow you to joke with them just like they joke with you.
That's it. And that's why.
And they don't feel a certain way about it. Those are the people that I love.
Yep, those are the ones I like to talk about.
And about certain things, and he didn't take it any certain kind of way. You can actually have a conversation with him.
Yeah. And Toby, another thing I add too is that, man, to be honest with you, this has been a season where, every Falcons fan has had an emotion about something. Oh,
yeah.
Do we go quarterback? Do we go, edge rusher? Everything. I think that this is one of those things where, the word that I use about us right now is discourse. It's like, hey, hear that man out. Listen, hear what he feels about his team. We all love this team. That's what makes this particular draft so, I would say, tricky, because we all love our team. But it's like, you know what? When I talk more to you, Toby, when I talk more to JL, when I talk more to Jimbo, I'm like, I love this team, but I would like to see this. So it's like, for me, I get really hell-bent. Like, I want to see Kyle Pitts. I want to see him. He's the missing piece. But I'm like, when Jimbo talks to me about J.C. Horn could have potentially been a this, or, we look at a Jalen Phillips, or we look at Jimbo talked about a Xavier Collins that potentially at 4 back a couple of months ago, and people were just like,
"Oh yeah, I remember that." Like, what you talk about, Jimbo?
They was killing me.
To be honest with you, it's what I love the most about it, because it's like, we all see the same thing, because you look at it like this. At 4:00 on a Sunday, majority of us are in the same place. Crap, we wasted the week again. Matt Ryan didn't do this. The defense didn't do that. And we're like, what could help us? What I like is this, is like, who could help us?
Uh-huh.
Talking about J.C. Horn and a Patrick Surtain, that could help us. Toby D, when me and you start getting on the same page about a Kyle Pitts and we say he could help us, he could help us. But now, guess what? Today, like I said, I go back on that hill we die on, Toby D. Kyle Pitts is a Falcon now. He's here. There's no hypothetical anything. So it's time to roll, man.
The Titans have picked Caleb Fairley, the quarterback with health issues.
Cool.
He's home.
Yeah. They felt pretty good about what the doctors told them.
Yeah, they had to. I mean, they felt better about that 5th round or that 5th-year option. You know what I'm saying? They felt like that was worth it. So somebody asked, it was Philip Bonner, says, guys, what do y'all think? When do y'all think the running backs will start going off the board? I think it's going to be, late first, early second. Myself. Yeah. Like if we want a running back, I think we're going to have a real good chance of getting a good one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. So, because we talk about a Javonte Williams. He's right there at 35, right there on the platter. Listen, I like defense. Defense wins championships. Every coach when you're a kid tells you defense will win championships. Give me a Devontae Williams, Matty Ice with 2 more years under contract, Hayden Hurst, Julio Jones, like I said, Kyle Pitts, Calvin Ridley, all of these guys under contract. All I'm saying is this. Tom Brady, he doesn't, honestly, I don't feel like Tom Brady has respected the Atlanta Falcons up to this point. We need to put players on our team that Tom Brady at least respects, because Tom Brady felt like, I can come here and keep everything rolling at 45, 46. Freaking unacceptable. Straight up. At this point, we need to be mitigating the Tom Brady plan. It's not about Drew Brees. It's not about Cam Newton. It's about Tom Brady, who is in our division right now. How do we not the king off of his pivot? If y'all can tell me, I would love to know. But what I'm saying is, give me Javonte Williams at the 35 pick, or an edge rusher that can get and put Tom Brady on the ground, and we just roll like that.
I got 2 words for you. His name is Dean Pease. Dean Pease has shown us that he can beat Tom Brady. Okay? You give him the pieces, and like I said, this is the year of the 3-4 defense in this draft. So you give him some pieces that he can work with. And I think right now, I know a lot of people looking at the roster and they like, man, we don't really have nobody that can do. Listen, I told you, number one thing is you want to make sure that your schemes are in place. And I'm not talking about just putting schemes in that you think and you think this and that. Where is the NFL right now? You got to be up to par with what the NFL is, and then you find your players to fit what is being run in the NFL. See, this has been the problem with the Atlanta Falcons.
Right.
We have been behind the times, and it's because of that has really hurt us. And now you got guys like Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot who know what's going on. They're going to get the pieces in place and make sure the Dean P is going to be straight too.
And I agree with that 100%, Toby. And that's why I kind of said I'm more of an Arthur Smith fan now than just picking out my players on the team. I'm becoming more of an Arthur Smith fan because I can tell by his demeanor. And somebody put out on Twitter that I said something back months ago that Arthur Smith is not your buddy, friend type of coach. And I'm telling you, things are about to change, and I'm kind of happy it is. Now, to go back to that running back question, the later the running backs are starting to get taken, the better chance we got of getting a running back that we want. The farther back they fall, the better chance we got to getting the guy, because it's gonna be a flock of them. But as soon as somebody take one, other teams gonna flood in, and that's gonna open up the floodgates. So we sitting at 35. We kind of sitting at a beautiful spot. The more they start to fall down this draft,
And I'm starting to feel good that we probably gonna get the one that we want. And Arthur Smith know who he run that running back. You can believe that.
Big Jimbo, let me ask y'all this question because we got to talk about it. I really put it to you like this. Y'all may not agree with me. Listen, Toby D, I need you to strike me down right now. I feel like we are a Ramondre Stevenson away from a playoff run. To be honest with you,
you're talking my language there.
Yeah, I know they all about to get tired.
Look, y'all go ahead and strike me down. Tell me, look, Mike, you crazy, you stupid. We are a Ramondre Stevenson away from a Super Bowl, or not a Super Bowl, excuse me, a playoff run. Only from the standpoint of this is that you give me the what we hoped in Quadri Allison for whatever reason it didn't work out, all of that kind of stuff. But you give me a big back man who can catch, who can run, and who I'm comfortable with giving the ball 15 to 20 times a game. And I'm not talking about Todd Gurley. I'm talking about a real running game. You know what Arthur Smith loves more than anything? Kyle Pitts is amazing. Get this man a real running game so we can make Kyle Pitts the absolute weapon that he is. Like I said, we need another Mike Davis needs a partner. That's an animal for me to feel.
Agree.
No, I'm right there with you. Like he's not high on a lot of analyst lists, which is fine with me. Like from what I have watched, he's a running back that can pick up blocks and put defensive ends on their butts. And talk about hard running between the tackles.
That's wearing
people missed. Right, wearing people down. But even PFN in their draft guide says best fits in the NFL. It has 3 teams: the Jets, the Bengals, and the Falcons as the best fit. And dude, I'm all about it. And then he's a guy that I honestly believe that you can get in the 4th or even in the top of the 5th.
Yeah.
Like we can address the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. You can address defense all day with whatever, comes at you. And then in the top of the 5th, I really feel like in all the mocks I did, he was there in the 4th or in the 5th. I always tried to push it to the back end of the 5th, and I never could grab him at the back end.
Yeah.
But if he's there at the top end of the 5th, or even in the 4th, I'm taking Ramondre Stevenson.
Gotta get him, yep.
All right, the Vikings pick is in.
They took Christian Darrisaw. Yeah.
Dorsal. Okay, another offensive tackle.
Right.
I guess you got. Well, he's very happy about that. Well, somebody is. That's his daddy. He's got to be his daddy.
The lineman is coming off now, boy.
Yeah, we got to run on them things.
Yeah.
And pushing that running back, they pushing that running back.
Look, as much as I absolutely love Ramondre Stevens, I will not be mad with a Javonte Williams at the top of 2 either.
Right.
Like Javonte Williams is like a beast of a running back.
Right.
You give me him, Etienne, Najee Harris, if they're still there, dude, all day long.
Day long, baby.
And JR, I gotta ask you a question.
What's up, bud?
Quick question.
Yeah.
Who was the second tight end that Arthur Smith got paid last year outside of Geno Smith? What was he? Fisker or what was his
Anthony
name?
Fisker.
Oh, Fisker.
Anthony Fisker.
Hold
on. Let me get to that
this
page.
Question to you now. You meant to tell me Arthur Smith had Geno Smith and Anthony Fisker, and this year he potentially has Hayden Hurst and Kyle Pitts.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. This 12 and 13 personnel that he likes to run or like to run up in Tennessee should easily carry over.
Yep.
Should easily carry over.
And
okay.
Now I'm not going to speak on that. I don't want to talk about it. Going to get drafted.
What's that?
But our running back has still not been drafted. I don't want to speak on it because we spoke on this.
Well, it's heavily rumored that
Najee Harris going there, man.
I'm about to say it's heavily rumored that the Steelers are wanting a running back. So it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I'm with you, Toby. I got a real strong feeling that it's Najee Harris right here.
And the first running back is going to fall off the board right here.
All right, come on, Josh. Come on, Josh. We're waiting on you to tell us who it is.
We don't got it. Josh
he put it in there.
Well, he just said is a great fit for the Steelers.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Oh,
he ain't.
Najee Harris is a great fit.
We're waiting on Josh to come through for us.
Yeah, that would be a pick. Because that would get the Steelers back to running the football.
Oh yeah. James Conner didn't really pan out the way they were hoping he was going to.
And I'll be quiet after this. I promise. I'll be quiet after this. But these teams have about.
Josh got it. Najee Harris.
Hey, these teams have. Y'all got about 10 picks before y'all draft Azeez Ojulari. Don't mess around and let him be there at the 35 pick because
now. Get up.
Man, y'all, let me tell y'all something. Right now, the things are setting up. That 35th pick is looking real good now. Everybody's mentioning if they don't get drafted before you get to 35, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
I mean, look, you got
right now, it's over.
That 35th pick looking like a first round pick right about now.
Hey, let me tell you. I'm telling you. Don't let somebody with a late first round grade fall
and
to
it always happens when there's a run on offensive linemen. Offensive linemen will push first round talent down all day long. Because they're the safest pick. Like stats tell you they are the safest pick.
Hey, what Salt and Pepper say? Push it.
All right, Najee Harris to the Steelers. Good job, Josh.
Push him down, boy. Push him down. Boy.
That's a good one.
Well, I'm getting excited right now, boy. I'm telling you, boy.
It's funny. Hey, I'm sorry, Fred Butts. I'm sorry, man.
Sorry. So wait a minute. All this doggone draft talk we've been doing over the last. You mean to tell me Jalen Phillips is a better edge rusher than Azeez Ojulari? All I'm gonna tell you is that look, this is the last time I say this. Y'all draft how y'all want to draft, G. Don't let him be the 35 pick though. It's okay.
That's the thing though is Azeez Ojulari. He's an outside linebacker. He's 6'2", 249.
Yep.
And as far as what PFN has him ranked, they have him ranked behind Micah Parsons and behind Zaven Collins.
Oh boy.
Which have both been drafted before him. So he could be there. That's awesome.
They are. Let's go with the comma and. Christian Barmore has not been drafted as well. True. Don't get me wrong. For as much as we talk about the edge, as much as we talk about the corner, as much as we talk about the safety, like I said, this is a team in a DMP system who could use a quality nose tackle. Christian Barmore not being drafted as well. I'll take him in the second round from the standpoint that, you know what, you want to push Grady on the outside, you want to push a Marlon Davidson on the outside, a Kaminsky on the outside, Tyler Davidson on the outside, give us the best chance to win at a line of scrimmage perspective. Because again, we talk about all this pretty stuff. Kyle Pitts is pretty. This is still a league based off the line of scrimmage.
Of course.
Give Barmore too at 35 too. And like I said, we're gonna get the guy. My point is this: we're gonna get the guy that we want at a position we want. And I think Terry F goes to sleep tonight knowing that tomorrow he gets the guy he wants. That's my call.
They falling into Terry F hands.
He just come on in, bring it on.
Yeah, he just sit back.
And this is what you wanted.
Yep.
This is what you wanted when you got the free agents that you got, so that you could sit
back and
take the player that falls in your lap. Right. I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you, Terry them sitting there just cheesing right now because they looking at how this draft is unfolding. And they like, boy, we finna get another good player.
But see, that's the deal, though, right? Is by making the free agent signings that you made, you let yourself do whatever you wanted to do in the draft.
Right.
Because is Eric Harris a lockdown safety? No. But can he come in and give you quality reps? Yes.
Yes.
Same thing with Deron Harmon. Yes.
Yeah.
Same thing with Mike Davis. Yes.
Yep.
Same thing with Fabian Moreau. Yes. Yep. Are these guys like superstars? No. But they can come in and be solid players. And that's a beautiful thing that Fontenot has done.
Boy, he did his thing.
Like, he did it better than Dimitrov ever tried to do.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And, like, I am very impressed with what he's done. Now, the only thing that worries me, obviously, cap situation whatsoever, whatever, is the fact that I think there's less than 30 guys on, like, under contract next year. So we're going to have to be doing a lot of this stuff again, as far as, like, re-signing, these solid players. But there's no reason to think that we won't.
Yeah, right. but in the words of Al Smith, man, when you win, all of that stuff works itself.
Oh, yeah.
I put ourselves in a position to win, and these are good problems. Because look at the Tampa Bay damn Buccaneers. Before Tom Brady, they were the same Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A team that was good enough that they got a great player and they got moved to the top. Guess what? Everybody said that, you know what? We like this so much, we're going to all stay with Tom Brady. So guess what? Tampa Bay team next year that won the Super Bowl. To be honest with you, we already had a recipe for what it takes to beat these guys. Yeah. Can we create the players? Excuse me. Can we create the the war team necessary to compete against Tom Brady?
Right.
That's I think at the time we can.
Let me tell you something. The other thing about BPA, the best player available, do you know what that does to your roster and your team when them best player available come in there with a confidence they come in? It just took your competitive edge to a whole nother level. Kyle Pitts by himself, I guarantee you, has Calvin Ridley them all up on their toes right now because they are so itching to get into camp to prove what they can do. You just put that competitive edge, and the draft ain't even over yet. So just imagine with them guys coming in there. You saw Kyle Pitts, how he was walking confidently like that. I was going to be. I said I wanted to be that fourth guy in there to break up the quarterback monotony, and I did it. Now, I'm coming in the Falcons camp, and I'm finna bring it. You know what I'm saying? So now you finna have guys coming in there with that type of confidence, man.
Listen to me right now. I'm sorry, I ain't even talking to nobody else. I damn Pound for Pound family. Toby D, don't get me fired up talking about how Kyle Pitts mentally was when he got that call.
I'm telling you.
It's the guy that noted I'm the S that, okay, y'all made it official. Bet. Now it's time for me to be that.
Right.
I like we ain't seen it, and I love it.
Like, I'm trying to pull up, let's see here. Earlier, I'm going to scroll back, see if I can find it. It was a reporter lady from The Athletic that covers the Falcons. Somebody talking about Kyle Pitts and the way he likes to, come, quoting him saying how he likes to come in and practice and things like that and come in and working with it. And that's what you want to hear, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can scroll back and that was
Tori McElhaney. Is that
yes, that's her name.
Yeah.
That is her name. I wonder if I can just, let's see here. Tori. There it is. Good job. Thank you, Toby. Always got my back.
Yes,
all right. It says, I'm a rep guy. Pitt's work ethic sticks out on this call. Talked about how important his practice reps are to him. Said because he was only lining up as a tight end in practice and that he and Kyle Trask would stay late to get in extra receiver looks. That's what you want to hear out of the guy that you just drafted fourth overall.
I told you.
So,
right.
He's a study buff. I'm telling you, this guy is smart.
That's.
I want to talk on that. I'm gonna let you get this pick in first, y'all.
ETN. Josh done put it. Y'all done.
Oh,
well, you called it, Jimmy. As soon as one went off the board, it was just that's what. So ETN goes to the Jags, gets reunited with Trevor Lawrence, which makes sense.
Man,
which makes sense. You're bringing in a rookie. You bring in somebody he's comfortable with, somebody he can learn with. I wasn't expecting either one of them two to be there in the second round anyway. So,
We almost made it though. We almost.
Well, that's very interesting because now you've seen the Bengals reunite. Joe Burrow's former wide receiver. We've seen the Dolphins reunite former wide receiver Jalen Waddle with Tua, and now we're seeing a running back. You know, and that is very smart because you make these guys comfortable right away with, especially as going into their second year, having a guy they're familiar with to play alongside that. So that is pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, you got Jimbo. Once they start coming off,
they goes. This a copycat league. They wait, and then once something happened, they want to do it. Everybody want to do it. But I want to get back to this Kyle Pitts after practice type of thing, man. When I played my last year, I wanted to see what the rest of the underclassmen were about, and I always stayed after practice getting extra work because you're gonna see who the real ball players is. Then you're gonna find out who is who, and the ones that did stay afterwards was the good players on the team. It just was no question about it. It was hands down. So to know that Kyle Pitts is already doing that, and he's gonna do it even more in the league. He ain't got to go to class. He ain't got to go to study hall. He ain't got to do none of this good old stuff. He's going to get paid good money. And he's going to do it even more. So he's going to get better. And that's scary to see a 20-year-old 6'6" guy that runs a 4.4, 4.6, 4.3 40 to get better. It's just scary in the Arthur Smith, a tight end driven running offense. It's scary, man. I can't wait to see it, man.
And to be honest with you, I'm going to keep the word 4 up, not because of the 4 horsemen, because y'all know that y'all dealing with the 4 horsemen of this content creation stuff for YouTube. Y'all already know it. But I know with the word of 4 touchdowns from a tight end against an SEC. Against Ole Miss, that man scored 4 touchdowns in a game. 75-yard touchdown, 25-yard touchdown, 30-yard touchdown, 60-yard. 4 tight end to score 4 touchdowns in a game against SEC competition where they schemed to stop him. Jimbo, let's talk. Remember when we played Defense Pro and they said the tight end is the focal point of an offense? You're like, wait a minute, the tight end.
You looking at it like when you're saying we got to scheme around a tight end, you don't know how you're going to win that game. And that's just from being from a defensive standpoint.
Bro, do we know what we can do with this guy if me and you are at 180 pounds and we got a tight end who can beat us every time because he's too big for us?
Right.
Or, like I said, you got a linebacker who's trying to put his hands on him, but he can't quite put his hands on him. Like I said, listen, fundamentally, you and I, we are schemed to stop the fast receivers. We're schemed to stop the running backs who are just powerful. We're not schemed to stop tight end and run routes who can come in and out of this break. Who again, Shannon Sharp said, when I look at my game, this guy is the closest that I've seen close to me that I've ever seen in 20, 30 years. I don't care what anybody else say. When we got Julio Jones, it was great. We gave up the whole draft for Julio. We don't even have to give up the whole draft for the guy who could be as good as Julio Jones. Right now is when I stop and rest my case. Again, it's about to go down. That's all I say.
It's already gone down. If you look at Arthur Smith's brain tonight, his mind was already rolling. Like what he's about to do, him and this offensive staff with what he's got right now. He's looking at this. He's salivating right now. He wished the season could start right now. Yeah. And we ain't even got the whole draft over with yet. And so, I told y'all, I said, both of them guys sound very excited about revealing these picks to the fan base.
Right.
Because you can tell they had to contain themselves yesterday with talking about the draft for the day and going into the weekend. These guys were very excited about how their board is stacked up right now. And they still smiling even with the 2 running backs coming off the board.
I mean, you still got the linebacker out of Notre Dame.
Missouri?
Not Jason.
Jeremiah Owusu.
Not Owusu, but it's his It's Jeremiah Owusu. Is that the?
Yeah, Owusu.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Like he's still on the board. Yeah. I'm looking over at our. I'm looking at our top 10s that we put together.
Yep.
I mean.
Yep, I got it right.
You got. Let's see. Where you going, Mike? Might keep leaving. Let's see. What else? Who all still on the board? If you wanted a wide receiver, Rolando Moore from Purdue, Rashad Bateman.
Man, Elijah Moore from Ole Miss. You got some guys. You got some good receivers sitting on that board.
Greg Newsome to the Browns.
Man.
They are building a scary defense over there.
They hurt me.
They always do.
They build.
But you know who that still leaves right now? Trayvon.
Hey, keep quiet.
Boy. Oh yeah. We gotta hold on. We can't be keeping them off now. We can't.
You still got Boogie Basham still out there, Peyton Turner still. I mean, there's still a lot of really good players.
Yeah. We gotta slow down on the name dropping. Terry F gonna call you.
I figure if I drop them fast enough, won't nobody else hear me.
We can get on now.
Won't nobody else hear me? That's what it is.
Get on to
it.
Some
good names on this list, man, that have not come off the board yet.
Yep.
Like, wow.
There's still a lot out there. And man, even if Terry wanted to get, real funky and mess around and draft Pat Fairmouth in the second round.
Yeah.
I think
people would revolt, but that would be interesting. to get Kyle Pitts and Baby Gronk.
It's BPA. If it's BPA, Doc, and he's there.
Right now, as far as running backs go, you still got Devontae Williams, Michael Carter, Kenny Gainwell, Chuba Hubbard, Andre Stevenson, Sermon, Killen Hill, and Jarrett Patterson. I mean, you still got some defensive ends. We ain't even really got a run on defensive ends yet. You got Ojulari, which you could consider him an outside linebacker, but you got Ojulari, Gregory Russo, Jordan Smith, Joe Torn, Jason Awowu, Boogie Basham, Ronnie Perkins. I mean, you got some.
Terry and them got to be sitting over there, really enjoying themselves.
I'm telling you,
and then look, linebacker wise, you got Joseph Osua out of Texas.
That's I didn't want to name him, JR, but that's who we're gonna talk about. If he makes it to the second round,
you got
and Dempsey, he covered him.
You got Dylan Moses, Jeremiah out of Notre Dame. I mean, and then we can get into quarterbacks. You got Stokes is still out there, Asante Samuel Jr., Kelvin Joseph.
And you know what? I'm sorry, JR. That's a question. Why is Asante Samuel Jr. potentially still out there? Because to be honest with you, I look at J.C. Horn, I look at Asante Samuel Jr. I'm like, what's really the difference? Because the problem is this: I'm starting to see guys like Greg Newsome II from Northwestern get drafted. I'm really thinking at 35. You know what? To be honest with you, as much as we look at the draft, we're gonna get who we want at 35. But we gotta touch back on this. It's like, who do we really even want at 35? I know Javante. Who the hell do we?
That's cool.
35, bro. The fact that we're even asking that question right now shows that we are in a different time.
That's what I wanted. We gotta be excited that for the first time in a long time, we are in this position. We just got to be excited as an Atlanta Falcons fan to be enjoying this. This is great, man. All right,
the pick is in for the Ravens.
Who they got, y'all?
I'm waiting on Josh to tell me. He's going to let me know. Josh going to let me know.
Josh, you need to make sure you're in here tomorrow, 6:45 or 7.
I mean, you can wait until it actually starts. You don't have to be here right at 6:45. But,
we'll get a receiver.
We don't even have to watch the TV no more.
No, heck no. I'm just watching Josh. I'm waiting on him to let me know what's going on. Let's see here.
Man, boy, there's some names on the list. Man.
Even Mike Davis. Even Mike Davis tweeting out, "Unicorn, let's go."
Man.
That's funny.
Gotta love that.
Hey, man.
When the play, like, you know what? As much as we prognosticate, when the play tell you who they want to play with and how they want to play with them, that's all we need. Like, I'll be honest with you. Who did we draft? I'm sorry. Just remind me, guys. I know. But who did we draft in the first round last year?
AJ Terrell.
It's real.
And don't get me wrong. AJ Terrell was a great pick. He turned out to be absolutely amazing for us. But I'll be waiting. What was the player that was like, oh, my God, y'all? Do y'all realize we got AJ Terrell in the first round? Like, aren't y'all excited? Where was that player at?
No, last year people were not happy about AJ Terrell. I remember
they weren't happy.
They brought up the game, the national title game,
LSU game.
Yeah, the LSU game.
Yeah,
where he was, it was abysmal. Where Jamar Chase, the guy who just got paid today, as he should have, torched AJ Terrell. But to be honest with you, here's the thing: I'm real. When I got AJ Terrell, I was like, it took me 2 days of humble pie to accept.
It did.
Because I said, no way. I called Jimbo. I said, no way in hell, Jimbo. I'm not happy. I'm angry. But then what Dan Quinn's strategy could have been, Raheem Morris, blah, 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 we got around to it. Never, and I mean never, in the last 5 or 10 years have we got a pick where we're like, we just thought about the possibility. Do y'all realize as much blood pressure medication as the average fan takes, we literally are in a position where we got a guy that we feel good about, where you don't.
Right.
It's like, this guy's an athlete. What the hell does that look like? I have no idea.
We're going to find out.
This new territory.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
Cornelius Bryan said, if only Dimitrov gotten rid of Tack McKinley when Dallas first asked him, we'd have 2 second-round picks. Yeah.
Oh,
that is a good point. That's an amazing point.
Boy, yeah.
Let's see. Archangel said, I'm not going to lie. I wanted a pass rusher last year. I was pissed. Now I'm AJ's biggest fan. I think that's how a lot of people felt. They were upset to begin with. But after watching AJ's rookie year, he made a lot of believers.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, Bateman.
I said receiving.
Yep. Rashad Bateman.
Yep, I said they gonna get a receiver. They was going after Julio, couldn't get him. They got the next best thing. Well, yeah. I mean, he's close enough, but he ain't the next best thing. But he can fill the void for him over there.
And Jimbo and Rashad Bateman is a guy. He's from South Georgia. You know what's funny is he's one of those South Georgia guys who went all the way up to Minnesota, and they were like, "Wait a minute, y'all let this guy from a town of Tipton, Georgia." Shout out to y'all in Georgia who know what Tipton, Georgia is. It's right on the line. That went up to Minnesota and set all kind of records. Yeah. This is probably, you know what? We hadn't said it yet. I will say it right now. This is the safest pick in the first round, to be honest with you. He is a guy that is probably the safest receiver prospect that I've graded over the last 2 to 3 years. And I mean that because just pop on his tape, listen to his interviews, look at the way this guy loves football. Because when you get to this point of the draft, you really got to ask yourself. When these guys talk about being drafted, that's cool. They're excited. But my question is this. It's like, if I'm a GM, it's like, how much do you love football? Listen at the way this guy talks about playing football. It means, like, for him, he's one of those, if football doesn't work out, there may not be a second plan. So because football is what he wants to do every day, you ain't got to worry about that guy. You worry about other guys on the team. Rashad Bateman is by far the safest.
Yeah, he's looking at his highlights now that they're showing him. He's a big body guy. I like that. Yeah, he looks pretty good right there.
He come in and win.
He hopefully he can come in and get some repertoire going with Jackson.
Yeah, that's what they hoping.
Because Jackson hasn't had very good luck so far with wide receivers, but he hasn't necessarily had great wide receivers to throw to. So
right.
Yeah, that Raven GM, he don't miss. When he hit.
No, when he hit.
He hit.
Oh, Stinky Town's on the clock now. What they gonna do?
Oh,
what I don't have.
I want to know.
I hope that they pick the worst player available. I hope so.
Bubba Gump wants the Saints to draft.
They tried to jump up because nobody was going to let them.
Right. Bubba Gump wants him to draft a punter.
I hope
Bubba Gump.
draft a guy that's a 5-year project. We don't see him on the field for 5
like
years.
How they traded up for, what was it, Marcus Davenport?
Yeah.
They traded all them picks away for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a pass rusher right here.
Yeah, but you know what? I would say either the Saints go pass rusher, or I would watch that Eric Stokes guy that we talked about a little bit earlier.
Hey, don't say no names. Especially when it comes to these guys. Just let them do whatever they got to do. We don't need to help. We don't need to help them in no kind of way.
That's why I like you, Jimbo. You know what I mean? That's why. Matter of fact, JR, you could do all the talking, because I hope they don't pick nobody. I hope they defer.
Can they defer?
I hope they.
Oh, no, the pick is in, so they got somebody.
Let's see.
They picked the janitor. That's who they picked.
Regular roof.
Right.
They showed the guy sweeping outside.
They're gonna go secondary. They're gonna go secondary linebacker because we got Kyle Pitts.
Yeah. They're gonna have to. They got to get somebody.
Cornelia says they're gonna draft Ian Book. That would be funny.
And I was about to say you beat me.
That would be funny. Ian Book would be hilarious.
Man, y'all, I'll tell y'all, man. The way this thing is setting up right now,
they gotta come back this Kyle Pitts pick. They gotta.
It's gotta be. Yeah, it's gotta be a secondary.
That's what we're making them do.
Making everybody do that.
Making them all do it, baby.
Making them all do that.
Terry, I'm killing them.
Hey, and real quick. Boy, pipeline me. Let me give you 20 seconds on your question. Not even 20 seconds. Jason Alway from Penn State, 4.3. He ran a 4.3. He's an edge rusher. I think that was a pro day for Michael Parsons, where Michael Parsons was to show that he was a freak of nature. Jason Alway overachieved. Here's my problem with the Atlanta Falcons. We don't need no damn overachieving edge rushers, period.
No.
We need guys that have actually put production on the field for us to be comfortable. Meaning, if we're going to get an edge rusher, he has had to dominate a game, show the fact that he is capable of taking over a game. Problem I got with Jason Alway is this. Runs a 4.3. You see all of the intangibles that are there. But you know what that reminds me of? Vic Beasley. Vic Beasley, you saw all of the intangibles there. Fast guy, quick twitch guy, can get to the quarterback. Did it for one season. But what happens is there's the season where you get to the quarterback, and then there's every other season where
Hold on, Mike.
They took my guy. They took Peyton Turner.
Real quick. And see,
Turner went first round.
See, no, and JR, you put that out there.
I know it.
JR.
I know it. I know I put it out there. I'm surprised he went in the first round. I'll say that. I was expecting second, and I think even in my mock, I had him in the third round.
Jay, what? I don't know a lot about this guy. What the hell is up? Why would they draft this guy in the first round?
Well, to be honest with you, man, I really don't know why you would draft him in the first round. I really feel like he could be. Now he's a long defensive end. He's a long, like, I'm trying to get his pull his measurables up again so that I can tell y'all. There he is. 6'6", 270. He had 5 sacks and 10.5 tackles for loss. And he played in Houston. And what I really liked about him was he had real good get off, but they had to replace Henderson, I guess. But you still had Marcus Davenport and Cam Jordan. Like, this one confuses me a little bit.
So while Cam Jordan doing all that sneak dissing, he might need to be watching out for his replacement that just been picked in the first round while he trying to clown on the Atlanta Falcons. That might be your Cam Jordan. Look that man in the eyes and say, "Welcome to the Saints," because he might be taking your position here real soon.
Here it is. Look,
that salary
and this is the thing.
Cam Jordan gets paid.
Now, look, I'm not saying that Pro Football Network is the end-all be-all, right? But in their projections, they had Peyton Turner projected in the 5th round.
Whoa.
Like, I like the guy. I really do. but not in the first round. Their negatives on him is not a great natural pass rusher, does not show much speed off the edge, possesses an average closing burst. So yeah, like that's
hey, Doc, you do what you got to do.
I guess that's an interesting.
Look, if that's
over here.
Even Rappaport says the Saints have one glaring need: a starter at left corner. That still stands. They pick Houston defensive end Peyton Turner at 28. A surprise. I mean, like I said, I like Peyton Turner. I really did. I wanted him on our squad, but not in the first round. That seems a little shocking.
But look though, now that's why I'm going back to Cameron Jordan. He's built just like Cameron Jordan. I wish we could pull up Cameron Jordan's negatives. I think they almost the same with Cameron Jordan coming out of the college. Look, Cameron Jordan, you need to stop hating on us, because the guy's finna come in the training camp and take your job.
But Davenport.
Oh Lord, I heard that. That's Davenport. That's a. Yeah, that's a surprise. That's another surprise. Like the Oakland Raiders had one earlier with the offensive lineman they took, and Peyton Turner going in the first round.
Well, but you know what, guys? I'm sorry. It's the New Orleans Saints. They wear black and gold. Screw them. Screw Peyton Turner. We had 29. I'm sorry. Excuse me. We had pick 29, round 1. Where do the Packers go in this situation with all this Aaron Rodgers stuff?
Wide receiver.
They have to go wide.
They got to.
Yeah. You think Kellen?
No. You had. You got Love. You don't need another. You don't need Mons.
Oh, I'm just thinking that Aaron Rodgers is like, screw it, I'm done.
Yeah, well, they if he's not on their roster, they're gonna get what they can get for him and move on.
They're going Randall. I think they're going Randall
Moore.
From the Purdue.
Moore would be a good pick for them.
Or Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore from my old. Yeah.
Or you got Bateman's gone. You got Terrence Marshall at LSU.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm still thinking Terrence Marshall more late second round, early. But yeah.
Terrence Marshall, my guy.
Either way, you know
what? Or you could go Eric Stokes out of Georgia. That's who they picked. That's who they picked. Eric Stokes. Yeah. Eric Stokes out of Georgia.
Well, there you go.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
I told you to stop name dropping.
We were trying to drop it fast, Jimmy. So wasn't nobody listening.
Well, apparently we didn't slide it in fast enough, JR.
I beat Josh on that one. Josh, you're slipping. We in the fourth hour. You slipping, Josh?
Oh, man.
Oh, it's getting silly.
Who next?
Who next is Buffalo?
Buffalo.
You got Buffalo, Baltimore, and then Tampa.
Buffalo.
So we're gonna see if the Falcons. I ain't seeing no rumors about nobody trying to trade back up.
This is what I don't want to see. I don't want to see the Buffalo Bills draft Najee Harris. I don't want to see that. You don't want to see that.
Najee Harris is gone.
No, Najee gone.
He went to the Steelers.
He went to the
Steelers. Look at you.
I can see them going offensive line. But look now, they might go tight end. They might go with Baby Grunt. Watch out for that.
Now Pat Fairmouth out there.
Yeah,
that could be a good one. That could be a good pick for.
My apologies. Yeah. I missed Javonte Williams, but you know what? Najee Harris, Javonte Williams, again, 35. Hey. I'm about us at this point, so I'm gonna just be quiet.
We almost there.
Yeah, we
almost right. We are
almost there.
But I can see Baby Grunt fitting in very well there, man. Boy.
Baby Grunt would be good. Who else? Who else is out there?
Man, I mean, My guy Hunter Long, man, I want to see where he goes at. They
Hunter Long
he's projected like a 4th, 5th round pick.
Him and Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
Those two. Like if you wanted if we want to add another just like straight blocking tight end, you can give me that Tommy Tremble out of New Orleans. That could be a good pick.
Yeah.
What's going on? Marlon Williams. Oh, Marlon Williams over here. Trade Julio and Ryan for Rodgers. Not gonna happen, dog.
Whoa, now
not gonna happen.
We animated, but we ain't that animated.
Look, Terry done told you what he thinks about Matt Ryan. He restructured his contract and didn't draft a quarterback. That should tell you all you need to know.
And I mean, we ain't down to people that still want their quarterback. We ain't doing that, but
I get it. Like I said before, I get it.
Yeah, I get it now.
I get it. Let's see. Cornelius Hart says Peyton Turner reminds me of reminds me of Watt, TJ Watt. Wishing we got him. I don't know. TJ Watt.
I don't know.
They are definitely different types of players. Now, if you're just talking about like in the sense of you wish we had gotten him.
Oh, okay.
I'll get you there. But if you're talking about reminds you of the player, I don't think that's not comparable at all.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Let's see. Like us, the chat has slowed down as well. But this is what happened last year, right? About this time, I was like, oh God. Yeah. It's a little bit better this time because I got y'all to
I was in there with you in your Mountain Dew, JR.
Well, you got to remember, too, our pick was later. It was 16 and not at 4.
True.
So, it's a little different.
It is a little different this year.
Ask you, Toby D. Ask you this.
What's up?
Because you've been tapped into a lot of the prospects. This Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah potentially falling back, Notre Dame guy, hard-nosed guy, a little bit of a smaller linebacker guy. Do you see a fit there, or is that just smoke? Because he's a guy that I didn't really think would be here at this point. But do we? Is that a guy we take?
Is he considered like an outside linebacker?
Yeah,
he's a Swiss Army knife.
Yes, Swiss Army. Yeah. Because we talked about Micah Parsons potentially as that Swiss Army knife. We already got could Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Here's the thing. Really haven't tapped into this guy. Do you go into a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and say, well, you know what? This guy might actually have some value on this Falcons team, because I think he's another guy Dean Pease would say, well, shit, let's let him rush the passer, or let's have him rush from, the middle linebacker position. He's a guy like that.
Okay.
On the board,
here's the report from PFN. He's 6'1", 221. So, like, small guy as far as linebackers are concerned. He was an outstanding outside linebacker at college level who got better each season. He lacks classic size, but he's a one-gap defender who is equally effective in coverage or run defense. The negative is not a stout tackler, struggles handling blocks head on. It could be a deal where, people just feel like he's too small, but like if he's a guy that I think right now, honestly, with Deion Jones, Foye Oluokun, Michael Walker, that's a strong 3 right there. If you're running a 4-3, or a 3-4, you're also slotting Dante Fowler as an outside linebacker.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not sure if he really fits like on the team per se.
Right.
Unless you have like designs of like pushing Foye Oluokun out to the edge.
Right.
And then, using this guy as another inside backer alongside Deion Jones. Like I could see you doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we take him, I think that's how it would have to be almost.
This guy had a first round grade on
He
him.
does. Like,
and if he falls and he goes to 35, he could possibly be ahead of some of the guys that we named, like Javonte Williams.
Right.
With it being a BPA, it's just, I think the knock on him that I was hearing is that you don't know where to place him because he's a tweener, and you don't know. He's kind of a hybrid linebacker safety type of guy because he's been all over the place. And he's excelled being that Swiss Army knife for Notre Dame too. So I think there is a place for him, but you got to figure out what that place is. Because if you're going to use him as a Swiss Army knife, you know, I don't know if Dean Pease will be attracted to that type of tweener guy.
I think if you were going to do that, you would have tried to keep
Keanu Neal.
Yeah, Keanu Neal myself.
Yeah.
That's what I think on that guy.
Yeah.
All right, Bills.
Who the Bills took?
Who the Bills?
Wait on Josh to tell me.
They going with David Grunt.
Oh, they go with Gregory Rousseau.
Oh wow.
They gonna add him to
Bills.
Jerry Hughes and Mario Addison.
Yeah, that's a good pick
for him because I think that an edge rusher that's opted out, I don't have any confidence on. If we would have selected him at 35, I would have been upset because
no, I can see that.
I was out of Jamar Chase that I would feel comfortable with. That's opted out this past year with a first round draft grade. I think Rousseau, good look for him, good luck for him. I think it's a good fit for him, but this wasn't a guy that I would have been comfortable with at 35. Would have picked.
I still think Terry and them is sent back licking their chops.
Oh yeah, I thought maybe there might be a chance for us to jump back up in the first round, but seeing how this back half has played out, I don't see any reason to at this point.
I don't see it. I'm gonna tell you right now, boy.
I mean, there's still so many good names left on the board for this second round.
Man,
I see absolutely no reason for them to jump back up. So yeah,
more selections left.
Yep, 3 selections left.
2 more selections left.
3.
Or 3. Yeah.
3 left. I think it's gonna be.
There's 2. They're showing the first half of the second round, so there's only 2 left. It's Baltimore and Tampa Bay.
Okay.
And then we will wrap this thing up. And
I wonder if it's gonna be some movement.
I don't know, man. Normally there is right there at the tail end.
Yeah. Yep.
If the Falcons don't jump right here, they ain't coming back.
It's got to be here at Baltimore. I don't think you're jumping with Tampa.
Yeah, it has to be right here.
You know, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm just gonna be real because this is a DBN channel. We're a black and red channel. Screw these other teams. We doing this because we love this game. But to be honest with you, at 35, there's no player worth the Falcons moving up for. Everybody that we've talked about, everybody that we've mocked, especially Toby D. I'm not going to talk about the guy that he mocked in the second round, but it's some guy that he talked about in the second round that's still there. That come tomorrow, if he's still out there, listen, we're going to start talking about what the possibilities are. Because like I said, this is a channel where we focus on the is, not the isn't. But it's a couple of is guys out there I want to see, and I'm going to be quiet. Yeah.
I got to give it to you, Toby. You've been on fire this offseason, big dog. You and JR and Mike, all y'all been on fire when it came to getting the close to almost projecting exactly who we going to get. We are close to being batting 100 here. Batting 100, batting 1,000 here. We are real close.
Let's see, who did I...
No,
let me see.
What's been exciting is all the knowledge all of us have obtained throughout. Y'all started earlier, and I came on as a late bloomer. But all the guys, you and Big Mike scouted, and JR coming in there, that's helping us along the way. And we watching these names come out. We're familiar with a lot of these guys because of that. And I got to thank JR for the way he organized this year and set all of this up, and all of us participating. with the spreadsheet, man, because I'm using the spreadsheet right now, and I'm just marking players off.
And that's like I said, last year it was almost like a last minute decision to do this, right?
Yeah.
You know, to do the whole stream the first round. And so I was like, this year, I really enjoyed it last year. We had a lot of fun. So this year I was like, all right, well, if we're going to do it, let's put our best foot forward. And information is key, right? Like that. Right. That's what makes them guys on the NFL Network and all them. That's what makes them sound so daggone smart, is they have a team of people compiling information. Well, we don't have a vast team. We got us four, and between us four, we compiled as much information as we could. So we'll see. Like I said, I think tonight turned out real well. We got 2 picks left. I don't see us jumping back up in here. So
yeah, if we don't jump right here, that's it, man. Let me tell y'all something.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Toby.
I'm not. You know what? I'm not saying nothing until we get to the 32nd pick, because listen, I don't want to jinx it. I do not want to jinx it.
There you go.
Man. I like to be wrong. I mention a guy, if he go to another team, that's fine. But the fact that Azeez Ojulari is still out here, I'm just gonna be quiet, Toby. I ain't got nothing to say. Y'all,
and he might end up going right here or to the Buccaneers, because you just said that.
And if he does, I'm gonna look at you sideways.
Don't jinx it, man.
I'm gonna turn my head and I'm just gonna be like, I ain't gonna blame you. I mean, how you can't, I ain't gonna blame you, Mike. But
But we know they ain't taking Trayvon Moehrig. We know that much.
Hey man, see,
they ain't taking him. Toby. They ain't taking. They got Winfield. They ain't taking him.
Oh, I feel you, man. But the Ravens can.
All right, the pick is in. Let's see what it is.
They got Humphrey.
He's a Ravens type of guy.
They got Humphrey.
Oh, Lord have mercy. All I know is when this done, I gotta go take me some Advil. Give me a headache.
Man, I'm going. I gotta go eat.
JR, we watching you now. We know how.
Hey, my blood pressure's down now. We good now.
Okay.
Look, blood pressure came right on down right after that Pitts pick. It just went.
I'm gonna tell both of you. Look, there are no games played today. That's is
right.
Just drafted. Listen, Brian does not have to go out there and complete a pass for the next 2 weeks. All right? Look, this is just add on.
Let's see here.
I'm telling y'all right now, Pitts is gonna be on fire.
It's gonna be good.
81. Telling you right now. And when y'all start hearing about what he's doing in camp already and getting the playbook down that quick, I'm telling you, he's gonna have that playbook down so fast. It's gonna make your head swim.
Ice Cream Man, it starts at 7 p.m. tomorrow. It starts at 7 p.m.
Ice Cream Man is ready. It's 7 p.m.
He's definitely ready.
4:30.
Josh got us. It is to the Ravens.
Who?
Notre Dame.
The Notre Dame kid? No. It's the other one. It's
it's the other guy. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Texas.
No, not Texas. Jason Oweh.
Yeah,
yes. 6'5", 262, 8 sacks, 12.5 tackles for loss. No, I'm reading the wrong line. 6'5", 257, no sacks, 6.5 tackles for loss.
Yeah.
No sacks. That's the big thing that's staying out with him, with me. You played in the Big Ten for all that long, didn't have 1 sack. I don't know about that guy, but maybe.
But this is the Ravens who consistently take rushers that nobody heard of.
But time out.
See, but they go by beat. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Ozzie Newsome is working in there, but he's not the main GM anymore.
He's higher up. It's his protege.
Wait a minute. So
wait
a minute. Let's look at this at the regular guy level. Screw all this. I can run a 4.3 and a 40 show. get no, but run a 4.3 in the 40, but you still potentially drive. That's like, like it's millions on the line. So it's like, yeah, you don't have to actually get to the quarterback, but if you run fast enough, we can look like
you gonna make the quarterback head spin. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I can't take no guy that had 0 sacks. I cannot touch that. I'm sorry.
Let's see if I can find no boy.
Oh my goodness, bro.
0 sacks.
One more pick, fellas. One
man,
more pick,
it's one more pick. Yeah, man.
For all you folks that have stuck out with us this whole 4 hours, y'all are amazing. Archangel, amazing. Josh Gillum, dude, you're the MVP of tonight.
My boy,
Ice Cream Man, you're
amazing,
awesome,
bro. Good luck.
Like that's also what I like about about the draft night. I see names that we don't normally see. Maybe it's because we own longer and later, but we got Ryan Chillis.
Man, it's 12. Yeah, it's 12 o'clock and we got people that just want to hear us talk, man. Like that's
oh yeah, no, it's great.
That's how
it just turned 10 o'clock for me over here, fella.
Well, you lucky.
Yeah,
you know what? So just rub it in our noses. Right?
Let's see here. The pick is in for the Buccaneers. What y'all got?
They gonna take
I ain't gonna say it. You ain't gonna say it?
No.
I was about to
boy,
say,
they better not take who I think they're gonna take, boy, and I really don't want to say it.
And they just might.
Oh boy, I don't want to say it.
But the first one to take a safety
off
the board.
Do it. Don't do it to me.
Hey, look,
Archangel says we may have disagreements sometimes, but I love your channel. Y'all do be spitting facts though, for the most part. Hey, look, we try, right? It's facts with our opinions, as much as we can.
And whoever said that, I listen to myself from other videos and be like, you know what? I don't agree with what I said. So I disagree. Y'all disagree with us. Listen, I might disagree with that guy. Like, hell yeah, Mike Dub, that's crap. Talking 3-4 weeks ago. You're absolutely right. You know what? But we appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. It's just this what makes us
the whole thing is we want to have that conversation. We want to get y'all's opinions while we give our own.
I really want to say who I think the Bucks gonna take, but I just don't want to say it. I'm finna wait. I want to side eye you, but I really hope.
All right, go ahead and say it because I know who it is. Say it. What you think?
Who that? I think they're gonna. And Toby almost talked me out of it, and I already kind of said it, but I think they might go Murray again.
They
didn't. They took
Joe Tyrone, defensive line out of Washington.
Thank you very much. Man. That guy's a 15 defensive lineman.
Yeah, I didn't see him as a first round talent, but
no, they had him as second round. Hey. Joe Torn. But
y'all better hope Joe Jalari does not go in these first three. Ooh, Lord, I'm sorry.
All right, guys. Dude, that is
we made it.
We did it. 4 hours and 18 minutes.
Love it, baby.
Look, we're gonna be back tomorrow. 7. We're gonna kick off at 6:45 p.m. All right, 6:45. We'll be up and running again. Hope y'all join us. Had a blast tonight. Absolutely had a blast.
Yes.
Thank y'all for being with us. Thank y'all for sticking with us. For the ones who ain't never seen us before, y'all can follow me on Twitter. I'm at Grim1128, GRIMM1128. Jimbo.
You can catch me at Jimmy Obama, JIMMYOBAMA. Toby
D.
Toby D, 1991.
Mike.
And real quick, Mike Dub, KE_DB. Follow me, I follow you back. If I don't, call me out. Y'all know the rules. JR, take this.
All right, man. We got the guy we wanted. We got Pitts. It's amazing. We can all rest easy, sleep good tonight, and like I said, we'll see y'all back here tomorrow. And as always, Falcons fans.
Yep.
Rise up.
Rise up.